My life actually starts at a very, very tender age, and I'm sure most of the people who have made it in life, their lives start as early at the very tender age. So when I was 9, my mother and I started a roadside market. And I take my mother as my hero, because she taught me most of what I am now. So my mother and I, we started the roadside market for fruits and vegetables, charcoal, bananas, name it, for trucks and buses that used to pass through our area going towards western and southern Uganda. At the age of 9, I worked in a stone quarry, and we were producing aggregate stones, but also hardcore stones. So at the age of 9, I worked in a stone quarry, which today people would think it is child labor. And sometimes I want to evaluate as an African whether at that time that was child labor or was actually what I was learning to do. And as of now, it has a lot of influence on what I'm thinking. At the age of 9, I burnt charcoal. I literally used to sleep in the bush so that my charcoal doesn't burn out at the age of 9. And we were living in a game reserve, so I'm happy and lucky that I wasn't eaten by a lion roaming around at night. Then, at the age 13, things happened differently. Things fell apart. The center could no longer hold for those who read Chinua Achebe. This was happening not because at the age 9 I didn't have parents, or I didn't have a mother or a loving dad. I had my father who was a teacher, but I needed money of my pocket. I wanted to be self-dependent. Most young people now in Africa, everywhere, they want to learn how to be self-dependent. They want to learn how to have money in their pockets. When we look at these migrations and so forth, people are doing things out not of hopelessness, but they just want to look at how do I sustain myself on top of what my parents are giving me. So, at the age of 13, things fell apart, the center could no longer hold, and because of the peak of Idi Amin's rule at the time, the teacher's salary of my dad could no longer hold his family, of myself as the second born in the home, and my siblings. And therefore, I started my first journey of migration. Left home to look for greener pasture, but also achieve my vision of education, to ensure that my studies should not be disrupted. I was in high school. So I migrated to the town, leaving my dad, my mom, my siblings in the village, and I joined the town and started looking for work to do so that I can raise money to go back to school. This time I didn't want to go back into the charcoal burning, or because it would keep me in the village. I was moving on to the next level. I managed to get my uncles and work together, and they had a farm, and I worked with the farm, and I managed to secure my school fees. As I was finishing my high school A-levels, again, hell broke loose. Uganda was at war. Not at war for colonialism, not at war for external aggression. Uganda was at war against itself. Ugandans from all over the world, supported by the Tanzanian army, were fighting to remove the regime of Idi Amin. And indeed, the regime of Idi Amin fell in April 1979. We all clapped, and I knew my education was going to be further and further as I was ending my A-levels. Never happened. We had 1 year of relative peace when we went for elections in 1980. 1981, when I was thinking of going back to school, wars broke up again. Ugandans fighting fellow Ugandan bad leadership. And my education was interrupted, but didn't stop my focus. My focus continued. And eventually, as we see what is happening in the world, in Africa and other parts of the world, when we see migration of young people dying in the desert, crossing the deserts, dying, trying to cross the oceans, the Mediterranean Sea to go for greener pastures, it's not because they want to do so. It's just hopelessness. They want to see, they achieve what everybody wants to achieve: development, of personal development, education, to get a better job, a decent job. That's what everybody wants, but that's what doesn't happen freely in Africa. So, for lack of better words, as fate would say, I found in myself in London, pursuing my dream of education. And as I arrived in London, I had a course on business and finance because I wanted business. And by the way, my A-level was in physics, mathematics, and fine art, and chemistry, so I thought I would have been an architect, not an economist. But as I grew, I asked my questions. I was looking at IT Uganda at the time. Why are we not development? Why are we where we are? Why is there poverty? Why can't I study? There were so many questions in my mind, which pushed me to want to know more about Africa. So in London, I took a chance, and apparently, I used to like reading magazine, whatever I fell upon, I came across me, I would read. So I used to be a good reader of Reader's Digest, and I picked these 3 key things that shaped my life. One is that a successful person is a simple lad who either had a chance or took a chance. And that helped me because I had a chance. It was easier for me to look for money or whatever, but I was looking and I was pursuing for my dream, which I got at age 9, that I must become myself, and I could see why I was not complete until I get education. So I enrolled on Open University for Social Sciences. I did a BA Social Science degree. As I was doing BA Social Science degrees, I did one module that again brought me closer to what I wanted, what I was thinking, what I was looking for, my questions of Africa being what it is. And this course was Third World Development course offered by the Open University in the UK. And it was asking things like, why is there famine in Africa when in the Europe and everywhere part of the world food is being thrown away? Because you know, they were not throwing away food literally, but things like potatoes, things like tomatoes and others are sold by date. So they throw them away when they say they have expired date. But in Africa, we don't have expiry of date on foods. And most of our foods are organic anyway. So that question of why is there famine in Africa? And I didn't believe there was famine in Africa because where I came from, my homestead, we had a lot of food. So I couldn't believe there was famine because we had, even when there was a drought, it happened, but eventually rains would come, especially in Uganda, which is a part of Africa, no season. Every time rain comes, you have 4 seasons of famine. I never thought there would be famine and that there is famine in Africa. But here there was a course asking that question. Why is there famine in Africa when the rest of the world's parts of the world has a lot of food? So I pursued that and I said, okay, now as I conclude my BA, I want to pursue that. So I enrolled on the University of London School of Oriental and African Studies for BSc Development Economics. And then this opened my eyes even further. It opened my eyes to understand the multilateral institutions. How do they operate? The World Bank, the IMF. Who is the friend of Africa? Who is the foe of Africa? What does policy mean when Ugandan is putting together a policy prescribed by the World Bank? Does the common man understand it? Does the person in the village, me who was doing the stone quarrying Masha in my village, do I understand that policy? Do the women in the village understand the policy prescribed by the multilateral institutions? These were the questions that were coming to me. So I went back, I continued, and I did Development Economics Masters, and whatever happened is what shaped what I am because of those questions. And then I started asking myself, you go into the shops in London and you see there is a small corner with organic food. And there are very small things there, but I'm asking myself, what is organic food and inorganic food? Until I realized that actually Africa has got a lot of organic food by default, because some of the lands have never seen any fertilizer. So I started looking again further and I said, do I need a job or do I need to go back to Africa and apply what I have to ensure that I can contribute mildly to the African rising narrative? And that African rising narrative was not even being told by Africans, by others. See, the African rising narrative needs to be told by us as Africans. We need to go back to the roots. We need to do anthropology of ourselves Where have we come from? Where are we? So that we can start thinking of where we are going, where are we going to go, and then we can talk about our own narrative of rising or not rising. Africa went through 400 years of slave trade. We are still in yet 200 years of colonialism because it hasn't ended. Because we are still exporting raw materials in human, in resources, in anything. All the resources, human and natural, we are exporting them raw. Our young people are going to Britain and Europe and America and everywhere, Asia, and they study there and they add value to themselves there and they start working there. Our raw materials are exported raw. They go the rest of the world, they are added value to there, they contribute to the economies of those world. So that's what I was looking at and saying, how can I have studied and added value to myself and outside Africa and then go back, because I realized that there are so many young people who were in my bracket, people who were hopeless, couldn't pursue their dream because of conditions not created because their parents couldn't do it, conditions created because the governments are at war by themselves, pursuing dreams for Africa by Africans. So I came back to ensure that I see how to contribute, and it's at that point that I had a dream that has resulted in establishing the Minerals Africa Development Institution, MADI, and which is a father of Madini Convention.
Sese district in Songora South County within the heart of Queen Edith. The lake was formed as a result of volcanicity after the earth eruption that caused the depression where the lake is created now. The lake is mainly for salt mining activities, and salt here at Lake Katwe is formed by sun stroke solar energy. So when the sun hits the water in the salt lake, water in the salt lake is known as saline water, or else you can call it brine water. When the sun hits the saline water, the water evaporates. And when the water evaporates, it forms a scum. A scum is something like a cream. I think when you see this side, that is the scum. But there are still little, when the sun hits it more, it will combine. So the cream is always on top, that's the salt we eat. But wherever it's still on top of the water, it's immature salt. It's not mature salt. So the owner of the salt pan, these salt pans, they are owned individually. Each person has his or her salt pan. The owner comes and sprays water on top of this scum. Wherever he sprays water, the scum goes on the bottom. He or she is advised to do it 4 times, provided when he or she is receiving sunshine. So wherever he keeps dropping the scum down, there is a process known as compaction. The scum keeps on compacting. Wherever it compacts, then it forms hard crystals. After that, he or she removes the salt from the salt pan to the ground. Actually, you see what these people are doing. Also, these ones, they are harvesting now salt. After compaction had taken place, they are now harvesting it from the salt pan up here. Currently, we mine 3 types of salt here at Lake Katwe. We have the grade 1, that is called washed salt. It's edible for home consumption. For home consumption. We again have the grade 2. Those are animal feeds. We mix them in animal feeds, so wherever the animals feed on such a feeds, they always feel much thirsty, which will always enable them to take much water. At the end of the day, they grow more fat. We also have the grade 3. The grade 3, that is rock salt, the one we call mahandi. It's for both human consumption and animal feeds. We humans, we use it in food because it decreases the boiling capacity of food. Like when you're preparing the beans, you just have to drop a small particle, they will boil very fast. For the animals, they are placed in farms so that these animals keep on feeding. Again, the salt, all over this salt from here, it works as medicine. It treats what we call skin rashes because it contains sulfur. So provided when someone is suffering skin rashes, like the ringworms, he or she is advised to always smear it after showering. They get chewed very fast. The grade 1 and the grade 2 type of salt, that is the wash salt and the unwashed salt. For them, they are harvested in these small pans. Whereas the grade 3, which is the rock salt, is mined in the other main lake. These small pans being owned individually, but the main lake is controlled by the local government. If one to mine salt in the main lake, he or she acquires a permit from the local government, then it goes on with the mining. This one is all about the small pans. We can still so that is the rock salt, the grade 3 type of salt, which is mined from the main lake. Are you done? Okay. Which is done from the main lake. It is extracted in that lake, that's the main lake Katwe, and unfortunately there are the men that do the mining in the main lake, and the women they do it in these small pans. This rock salt, it is measured in kilos. They weigh 50 kilograms, and they sell it in kilos. Okay. While mining the rock salt, we have some materials we use. One of the materials we use the other rough ambush trees, the other structured kind of trees you see. Those are mainly used for transportation. They transport the rock salt from the inner of the lake up to here. The advantage in those kinds of trees, they are less dense than water. They float on water, they don't sink. So after mining the rock salt, they load it on these rough ambush trees for easy transportation. They have other materials like the strong iron bars, strong sharp iron bars. They use them to split the rock salt. See, the rock salt is a rock down the lake. They used to split it, and then after splitting it, it floats on water. Then they load it on the rough ambush trees for easy transportation. Another materials, they have to put in heavy boots, heavy gum boots, because the rock salt is a sharp rock. It can easily damage their bodies. So they have to wear heavy boots for easy transportation. They have the days when they go in for mining, and they mine every day. Like in a week, they can decide to go there twice, those are 2 days. Okay, for better conservation, because the lake is big. When they do it this time, that way, next time they go and do it again. Yeah. The lake is controlled by different committees here. They have a committee that takes control of the lake and governs all these people, being headed with the local government. And this rock salt, at least, is the most expensive type of salt sold here at Lake, because for it, it's being taken to different areas within Africa. The rock salt, it is exported to DRS Congo, Rwanda, and other areas. People mining this kind of rock salt, they have very many challenges they face. Because the work being so hectic, these guys lose a lot of energy in their body, and because they stay for a long time in water, they face what we call dehydration due to heavy sunshine. Because at the end of the day, they have been searching for fresh water along the lake, but they have not managed to secure one. So you find people have to bring jerrycans and jerrycans of water up here, so that wherever they come out from the lake, they have to refresh their body. Dehydration is the most problem here.
My phone has even showed that the temperature is very high already.
Another challenge, heavy rains. So sunshine becomes a challenge, but again, when it rains much, people won't go for mining because the lake turns to be full. So people stop going there for mining. They have to wait until the water is moving.
Thank you so much. My name is Elizabeth Biarugaba. I am at a small-scale gold processing center. This is where gold is recovered. What you see are what we call ball mills. This is a strong metal, welded steel stones are put in. It's a drum. It's in the shape of a drum. Then it rolls. In the process, the steel stones will crush this dry soil. These are ores. These ores are dried after the mining is done. These right here are sacks. This is our measurements. These bags have ores that haven't been dried yet. This is how we measure what we come out with, because we're small scale miners. We don't recover a lot of ores. We mine very little. So it's measured in bags instead of tonnages. This is what women do in the mine. This mama right here is crushing stones. The stones being crushed, the mineralized veins. What you see is a process of crushing the hard stones before they get into a ball mill. It makes it easier to crush once they are grinded. What you see is in our language called a Z. I believe it comes from how it's done. So up here they will power the ores, the powder that you see down here. The powder is loaded up. It's a tiresome process. Then water is poured on it, the bags. So he will pick the powder, send it to someone. It is gone up. The processes of crushing, like we had seen in the first video. Those right here. This right here is what you call a ball mill. This is a process of crushing ores to recover the gold. So ores are crushed after, of course, drying them to a fine powder. From here we're going to move down, follow the fine powder to the washing center. This fine powder is made into what we call a kadiba. The women wash for us. This is how it's done. So you saw how gold is mined. After mining, the ores are spread around here. They are dried. The drying process, depending on the sun, takes 1 day or 2. From the drying, it goes to the recovery ground. The recovery ground is a process of maturity in a basin. It's a panning process. The process, this is what we call a kadiba. Women right here will be directly exposed to the mercury. In that basin is the fine powder that is in that basin. This is powder. This process recovers only 30%. The rest of the gold will eventually be recovered through a leaching process. This is very, very dangerous. They are healthy. They are exposed directly to the mercury with no protective gears at all. Eventually get to see gold right here. This gold here is this gold is 0.61 grams. From all the processes that we've seen, from mining to drying to crushing to washing, and here finally is gold. One of the advantages that come with the gold mine, infrastructure developments like access to financial services. This right here is Osprey Capital Investment. With it comes access to banking services, access to mobile money transactions. This is Trisha Richard Company Limited, the same services. It comes with development, job creation. These are part of the jobs that come with the gold mining. This right here is Ngugwe Trading Center. This city is it mushrooms daily. A lot of businesses come up every time there is gold mining. We have different businesses, food supply, clinics, shops. These create jobs for both the youth and women. Transport, a lot of things, good things, despite all the challenges.
Based on existing literature, small-scale miners with their current technology are able to recover just about 30 to 35%, of their gold.
Because of say yenya good technology, yenya infidie papa aye de beyenti ama de bia no ye sensio ye asase.
According to training ayekwa wo UMAT, eche de dem yellow ash na efim ma gold nsabe yellow no. Eko form clouds e wo so mercury no say yes mercury na e travel with more than 1,000 meters eko be before focus for nyoma anade ejina hwim.
Nti yes community monta hu say hu be hia say e be kwakọ machine bi aba na etumi ade aye adwuma na smooth machine ne chamfa machine na agi oman we aboso na ama yentumi ase yensuo ene ya asase no etumi system.
So what we think is that our technology will change this status quo. It's basically to improve the efficiency. With our machine, you are looking at a minimum of 90% gold recovery, right? And we are pegging at 90% just at least. I not to be overambitious, but we know it's even more than that.
But so far, but the Bible, etumi ye adwuma ntem, ema etumi nyam load bebre, etumi yi code wa bra yen yusu mercury.
We sound to save any scar because on mama inform work is bebre emfa ye adwuma no.
Here there one sense one kesi board, smooth board na when you washing the system na de o bi o mi ko dina nsuru mu me na kra ya me ya na de mi tum konsumo dabi we ni ye na chi ni na fefe
and a crush and pony baby I have me because crush no any stone bed but to crush will be all you want perfect.
At the same time so senior dust air higher okota kwa ogoso ni pistia e kwanya dust e kun boys no enam se sa machine we no e yusuo ogusu ye adwuma nyina na egusuo eguso e ye adwuma ntina e produce dust bia.
It's affordable in terms of the technology benefits that is existing, right? You're able to triple your gold recovery. So let's say in a day you are earning $5,000, right? And you get this machine. In a day you are earning $15,000.
Yempona nyamfa so dudu bi ntine ye baaye na mom se ne ye ya otimani papa ye ya gan ni amesan so ye small scale mining worker no me nim se ne adwuma ni siti ne oble no ene ye di we ya bebo from say me fa mboa me nua no ne ye nyina ye ntu anamo ne ensesam free small scale mining adwuma na ye because e ye bre.
So with this machine, you are sure that for the next 3 years, all that you have to do is to change your hammers. You are done, for the rock. And then we offer rock machines and alluvial machines, and they are all mercury free. And that's what we want to do because we are all at risk, whether you live in the capital Accra or elsewhere. The food on your plate will definitely be in the chain where mercury has contaminated. The small-scale mining sector has a big potential. You know, let's say small-scale mining sector alone is contributing 40% of Ghana's growth. And most importantly is to make sure that miners operate based on sustainability levels. So you don't destroy water. There is no way you can mount this machine on a river, and that's not what we encourage. Set them up on a dedicated jurisdiction, put these machines there, get them all, and the youth will be working. And that will create, you know, a very vital economic value chain for them.
My life actually starts at a very, very tender age, and I'm sure most of the people who have made it in life, their lives start as early at the very tender age. So when I was 9, my mother and I started a roadside market, and I take my mother as my hero, because she taught me most of what I am now. So my mother and I, we started the roadside market for fruits and vegetables, charcoal, bananas, name it, for trucks and buses that used to pass through our area going towards western and southern Uganda. At the age of 9, I worked in a stone quarry, and we were producing aggregate stones, but also hardcore stones. So at the age of 9, I worked in a stone quarry, which today people would think it is child labor. And sometimes I want to evaluate as an African whether at that time that was child labor or was actually what I was learning to do. And as of now, it has a lot of influence on what I'm thinking. At the age of 9, I burnt charcoal. I literally used to sleep in the bush so that my charcoal doesn't burn out at the age of 9. And we were living in a game reserve, so I'm happy and lucky that I wasn't eaten by a lion roaming around at night. Then, at the age 13, things happened differently. Things fell apart. The center could no longer hold for those who read Chinua Achebe. This was happening not because at the age 9 I didn't have parents, or I didn't have a mother or a loving dad. I had my father who was a teacher, but I needed money of my pocket. I wanted to be self-dependent. Most young people now in Africa, everywhere, they want to learn how to be self-dependent. They want to learn how to have money in their pockets. When we look at these migrations and so forth, people are doing things out not of hopelessness, but they just want to look at how do I sustain myself on top of what my parents are giving me. So, at the age of 13, things fell apart, the center could no longer hold, and because of the peak of Idi Amin's rule at the time, the teacher's salary of my dad could no longer hold his family, of myself as the second born in the home, and my siblings. And therefore, I started my first journey of migration. Left home to look for greener pasture, but also achieve my vision of education, to ensure that my studies should not be disrupted. I was in high school. So I migrated to the town, leaving my dad, my mom, my siblings in the village, and I joined the town and started looking for work to do so that I can raise money to go back to school. This time I didn't want to go back into the charcoal burning, or because it would keep me in the village. I was moving on to the next level. I managed to get my uncles and worked together, and they had a farm, and I worked with the farm, and I managed to secure my school fees. As I was finishing my high school A-levels, again, hell broke loose. Uganda was at war. Not at war for colonialism, not at war for external aggression. Uganda was at war against itself. Ugandans from all over the world, supported by the Tanzanian army, were fighting to remove the regime of Idi Amin. And indeed, the regime of Idi Amin fell in April 1979. We all clapped, and I knew my education was going to be further and further as I was ending my A-levels. Never happened. We had 1 year of relative peace when we went for elections in 1980. 1981, when I was thinking of going back to school, wars broke up again. Ugandans fighting fellow Ugandan bad leadership. And my education was interrupted, but didn't stop my focus. My focus continued. And eventually, as we see what is happening in the world, in Africa and other parts of the world, when we see migration of young people dying in the desert, crossing the deserts, dying, trying to cross the oceans, the Mediterranean Sea to go for greener pastures, it's not because they want to do so. It's just hopelessness. They want to see, they achieve what everybody wants to achieve: development, of personal development, education, to get a better job, a decent job. That's what everybody wants, but that's what doesn't happen freely in Africa. So, for lack of better words, as fate would say, I found in myself in London, pursuing my dream of education. And as I arrived in London, I had a course on business and finance because I wanted business. And by the way, my A-level was in physics, mathematics, and fine art, and chemistry, so I thought I would have been an architect, not an economist. But as I grew, I asked my questions. I was looking at IT Uganda at the time. Why are we not development? Why are we where we are? Why is there poverty? Why can't I study? There were so many questions in my mind, which pushed me to want to know more about Africa. So in London, I took a chance, and apparently, I used to like reading magazine, whatever I fell upon, I came across me, I would read. So I used to be a good reader of Reader's Digest, and I picked these three key things that shaped my life. One is that a successful person is a simple lad who either had a chance or took a chance. And that helped me because I had a chance. It was easier for me to look for money or whatever, but I was looking and I was pursuing for my dream, which I got at age 9, that I must become myself. And I could see why I was not complete until I get education. So I enrolled on Open University of Social Sciences. I did a BA Social Science degree. As I was doing BA Social Science degrees, I did one module that again brought me closer to what I wanted, what I was thinking, what I was looking for, my questions of Africa being what it is. And this course was Third World Development course offered by the Open University in the UK. And it was asking things like, why is there famine in Africa when in the Europe and everywhere part of the world food is being thrown away? Because you know, they were not throwing away food literally, but things like potatoes, things like tomatoes and others are sold by date. So they throw them away when they say they have expired date. But in Africa, we don't have expiry of date on foods. And most of our foods are organic anyway. So that question of why is there famine in Africa? And I didn't believe there was famine in Africa because where I came from, my homestead, we had a lot of food. So I couldn't believe there was famine because we had, even when there was a drought, it happened, but eventually rains would come, especially in Uganda, which is a pearl of Africa, no season. Every time rain comes, you have 4 seasons of famine. I never thought there would be famine and that there is famine in Africa. But here there was a course asking that question. Why is there famine in Africa when the rest of the world's parts of the world has a lot of food? So I pursued that and I said, okay, now as I conclude my BA, I want to pursue that. So I enrolled on the University of London School of Oriental and African Studies for BSc Development Economics. And then this opened my eyes even further. It opened my eyes to understand the multilateral institutions. How do they operate? The World Bank, the IMF. Who is the friend of Africa? Who is the foe of Africa? What does policy mean when Ugandan is putting together a policy prescribed by the World Bank? Does the common man understand it? Does the person in the village, me who was doing the stone quarrying Masha in my village, do I understand that policy? Do the women in the village understand the policy prescribed by the multilateral institutions? These were the questions that were coming to me. So I went back, I continued, and I did development economics masters, and whatever happened is what shaped what I am because of those questions. And then I started asking myself, you go into the shops in London and you see there is a small corner with organic food. And there are very small things there, but I'm asking myself, what is organic food and inorganic food? Until I realized that actually Africa has got a lot of organic food by default, because some of the lands have never seen any fertilizer. So I started looking again further, and I said, do I need a job, or do I need to go back to Africa and apply what I have to ensure that I can contribute mildly to the African rising narrative? And that African rising narrative was not even being told by Africans, by others. See, the African rising narrative needs to be told by us as Africans. We need to go back to the roots. We need to do anthropology of ourselves. Where have we come from? Where are we? So that we can start thinking of where we are going, where are we going to go, and then we can talk about our own narrative of rising or not rising. Africa went through 400 years of slave trade. We are still in yet 200 years of colonialism because it hasn't ended. Because we're still exporting raw materials in human, in resources, in anything. All the resources, human and natural, we're exporting them raw. Our young people are going to Britain and Europe and America and everywhere, Eurasia, and they study there and they add value to themselves there and they start working there. Our raw materials are exported raw. They go the rest of the world, they are added value to there, they contribute to the economies of those world. So that's what I was looking at and saying, how can I have studied and added value to myself outside Africa and then go back, because I realized that there are so many young people who were in my bracket, people who were hopeless, couldn't pursue their dream because of conditions not created because their parents couldn't do it, conditions created because the governments are at war by themselves, pursuing dreams for Africa by Africans. So I came back to ensure that I see how to contribute, and it's at that point that I had a dream that has resulted in establishing the Minerals Africa Development Institution, MADI, and which is a father of Madini Convention.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Actually, let me start with good morning, then good afternoon and good evening, depending on where you're listening to the Madini Convention from. Today is day 2 of Madini Convention 2021. For those of you who are new to the convention or who are joining us for the first time today, I'd like to maybe give you a brief background as to why we are having this convention. And it's very simple. It's for us to be able to understand the value chain for minerals, the most valuable minerals we have in the world, what we have as Africa, what is currently happening with regards to the minerals in terms of the value chain, from the mine to the final end consumer, and the processing in between. Give me a second. Yes, sorry. So that is what the convention is about. But in order to, if you dissect that value chain, you find so many things in there. You find government policies and regulations. You find different entities and stakeholders, from the miners themselves to the companies that are involved in the mining, all the way again to the end user. Now, yesterday we had a fantastic session. Actually, we had about 5 different sessions. We were started off with by the chairman of MADI, that's the Minerals Africa Development Institute, Dr. Frank Mugenyi, and he in turn went on to bring on board a couple of other very key officials, which also included the Right Honorable Madam Kadaga, who is, of course, the first Prime Minister of Uganda, and she was a guest of honor. And she echoed what majority of our top leaders across Africa have echoed, that they now understand the value that is there in terms of minerals, in terms of what countries have, including Uganda, in this case, which she represents, but she also represents the East African community, and more so the fact that government, after understanding all these things, a lot of governments are restructuring, changing policies to be able to leverage or take advantage of the minerals that we have across the continent. Of course, we had quite a number of guests yesterday from different backgrounds, also different organizations. We looked at, for instance, some of the individuals young people who have started their own mining companies, with a good example from Nigeria, a gold mining company that was started by a lady. And then, of course, we looked into the geological data, or if you may have it, the map that shows us where minerals are across Africa. And I think, if I remember very well from the professor's presentation yesterday, we basically have minerals across the entire continent. We have over 100 valuable high-level minerals in Africa. In short, every single metal mineral, for starters, is found in Africa and in large quantities. We went ahead to look at, okay, where is the problem in terms of, we understand, for instance, DRC is at the heart of the mineral conversation always. Whenever you're discussing minerals in Africa, the Democratic Republic of Congo always comes to the forefront in that conversation. And we are saying, okay, what exactly is happening? Where are we seeing there being very little development in these countries vis-a-vis the value that's actually in the countries? And as it would turn out, there are so many different factors. In the different sessions, we were educated on some of the habits we have as Africans, the fact that the perceptions we have as Africans need to change, both from the education perspective, but also from a consumer perspective. That means when you're saying made in Italy, made in the US, etc., you need to look at more made in Africa products, and therefore promoting the local market, and therefore promoting local industries as well, which is part of the conversation that we had or went through yesterday. And great thank you to everybody who participated, the moderators that we had, from Mr. Blair to Dr. Frank Mugenyi himself, and of course, Benson. You guys did an excellent job yesterday. Now today, I understand people are like, do we have ladies who can be able to also represent In terms of the presenters or the moderators, yes, we have a lady for you today. Madame Shubra, she'll be joining us at one point. We have very, very good panelists for you today. And we are going to actually be started off by Michael Blair himself today at in exactly about 2 or 3 minutes from now. Notwithstanding, we also have Howard as well. And I'm going to be closing the session for you with a Q&A session in the evening around 5 o'clock. I know we had a bit of a time issue yesterday. Well, this again, officially apologizing for that, but today we are strictly going to keep time. So for our speakers, please be advised, the presentations are only going to be 7 minutes. That should give the moderators enough time and our audience enough time to be able to cover ground on each topic. Of course, you will have more time than the 7 minutes. It's just for presentations that you may have, kindly keep them to 7 minutes. Your moderators will be able to alert you when the 7 minutes are up. So when you see them signal you or call out, kindly just wind up. I know some of these things are extremely complicated and you really have a lot of information and data that you need to share. But at the same time, we would like to ensure that everybody benefits and goes home with something that we can be able to action by the end of the day. And with that being said and done, my name is Mr. Les Brown Okalebo, and I will be your host for day 2. And hopefully we will learn a lot and we will be able to make Africa a richer and better continent. That being said and done, and without further more to do, I would like to welcome our moderator for the first session today. His name is Blair, Michael Blair, and he will be talking or taking us through certain issues around policies and a couple of other things that we need to learn. So that being said and done, I am going to hand over to Blair. Blair, can you see me? I can see you. Fantastic. All right, take it. The show is yours now.
All right, to our beautiful audience and our very elegant panelists, a good afternoon from Uganda, Kampala. Today we're going to be having our session 1 based on the theme investing in the mineral resource sector in Africa for sustainable development. And with me, I'm going to be having 4 distinct panelists. I'm going to request for 30 seconds to confirm, and I'm going to request Mr. Brown to just have you for those 30 seconds. I need to confirm that all my panelists are in the room with me so that as we start, we can handle the session as smoothly as we anticipate. Mr. Brown, if you could help chip in for 30 seconds, I need to confirm with my panelists that they're ready and set to go.
Thank you, Blair. Here. Great. So now that I've been told to chip in, I think I'm trying to get a point where there's no much of background light. But as Blair gets his team ready, maybe what I would want you to consider is what actions are you going to take after this? Now, I'm going to hand over back to Blair. I think they're ready. Blair, you can take it up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Okalebo. I was only waiting on one of my panelists to join, and I'm very delighted to know that he has joined us. Ladies and gentlemen, today's session is going to be broken down into 4 sub-themes. The first sub-theme is going to be a presentation on policy, legal, and regulatory frameworks within the mineral department, and how we can contribute to that conversation and move the continent forward. The second sub-theme is going to be mobilizing domestic investments in Africa for value addition. The third will be on how best we can leverage on industry 4.0 technologies, that is blockchain technologies and artificial intelligence. The last sub-theme will be attracting investment in the mineral resource sector post-COVID-19. My name is Ntambi Michael Blair. I'll be moderating this session. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce my panel, the panel of four. To begin with, I have Mr. Stephen Courier. Mr. Stephen Courier, could you please unmute and say hello to the people? I just need to confirm that your internet connection is stable. That should take a few seconds so we can proceed with the other panelists. Mr. Stephen, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much, Ntabi. Is it my chance to present now?
Not yet. Let's just test our network connectivity from different parts of the world. I am very certain you are in somewhere very, very far away from Kenya. All right. So yeah. Let me have Mr. Sodia Naika. Could you please unmute for a few seconds? I need to hear your voice and confirm that you're loud and clear.
Yes, good day. Greetings from Johannesburg. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, loud and clear. I'm very delighted
Excellent.
and excited to have a conversation with you. All right, let me have Mr. Vincent Keddy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Blair. Yeah, my name is Vincent Keddy. I work in Uganda here as the Assistant Commissioner for License Administration, and I'm happy to be a part of this panel. Thank you.
All right, and I'm very delighted that you've been able to join us. And I noticed that you started following from about an hour ago when we started the entire conversation. All right, let me lastly have Mr. Frank, Chairman Frank. Could you please unmute? Perfect. All right.
I'm here, ready for you.
Yes, and for Chairman, since you've been with us since yesterday, I'm certain that your internet will hold you through. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the panel that we'll be having today. We're going to right away get into the conversation. And the first presentation is going to be made by Mr. Stephen Courier. For my dear audience, I need you to know that Mr. Stephen Courier is the chairman of a minerals rights board, which is domiciled at the Ministry of Petroleum and Mining in Kenya. He is also the managing director of AAEMI and chairman of a Kenya-Australia Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He has worked with various clients in the mining and oil gas sector, including Beck Hughes, Lucas Drilling, British Gas, Rio Tinto, among others. He is a very big resource in the conversations around mineral development and how best we can attract investment in the same. I'm going to request that Mr. Stephen Courier makes the first presentation in 7 minutes or somewhere around that on how best we can attract investment in the mineral resource sector in this period of COVID-19 and the post-COVID-19. You'll strike the balance around the two. So let's have your presentation now. To you, Mr. Stephen Courier.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for that introduction. And thank you for having me in the show. I'll endeavor to go through and highlight some of the key areas that we should or we can do to bring the mining in Africa, or the home of Africa. So without that, as you can see in the topics, we talk about attracting the investment in Africa. I don't want to start on a COVID thing, but it is with us. So therefore, there's nothing we can do to avoid what is happening. But generally, this here is actually a positive look, because what is showing us is that the mining have not been really affected quite a lot in this COVID-19. And I'm saying that because I'm also based in Australia in half of my time. And what we can see there is that gold is at 8-time high. The iron ore is at the highest. So a mining industry is actually booming. So if you look at the areas on the left-hand corner is high, which disruption have been high. The light blue is moderate and the raw moderate. You can see that high disruptions have been in US, part of US. You can also see part of Brazil, quite a bit in our southern part of Africa, which is South Africa and Namibia, and a bit in India. But more or less, you see that the light blue is a moderate disruption in the mining, which is a good thing. It sees that the industry is quite resilient when it comes to these things. So a lot of areas which have been affected.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Kyria. I'm so sorry to pause you a little bit. It looks like your screen is not moving.
Okay.
If we could have a few seconds, we could rectify that glitch. All right. Let's just sort that very shortly.
Are we back on? Can you hear me?
All right. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. I'm just going to request that you first remove your screen and then reshare again. Maybe that way it will.
Will allow. Okay. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now you can share again.
Okay. Can you see now?
Yes. Could you try shifting slides, moving from one slide to another to confirm whether it will be able to move smoothly?
Okay. Can you see now?
Yes, I can see the first screen you're sharing.
Okay. Can you see the change in production? Is that what you see?
I'm seeing impact of COVID-19 to the mining sector.
Okay, which means it's the, all right. I'll just move to the second slide because I've just finished with the impact and you tell me whether you can see.
Okay, so because of time, we might not be able to rectify the technical glitch in 7 minutes. I'm going to make a humble request that you just go on with your presentation. And then later on, you can share the PPT with me, and then I can share it with the audience. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. I'm happy to do that. So yeah,
all right.
Let's just go with
let's proceed with the presentation. I'm sorry that I had to pause you a little bit.
No worries. This technical glitch happens. So thank you again. I'll just progress with where I was. I think I was looking at whether we are looking at what the impact has been on a COVID-19. And generally, what we are saying in most countries is that actually we have booming in a mining industry during the process. However, there are some commodities which have been affected, which you can see here is diamonds, also foreign, and that is in Angola and Botswana, and platinum in South Africa. So those are the only commodities which have been really affected when we talk about COVID. But if you look at the price, as I said earlier, the price of gold and other commodities like iron ore, it has really, we are actually in a boom phase at this point of time. Just on this also, I'm sure if you can see, you might pick up later, but what we are seeing now coming globally in the future, or commodity which will be high in need, is a copper, which has not, did not jump as high, gold, obviously iron ore, and that's also followed by manganese, which is not in this graph, lithium because of the battery, nickel, which is also a component of the iron making, and coal and uranium. Most of people would possibly think coal have no place at this point of time, but I think we are cheating ourselves. The coal will still have be significant in the next coming years until we have really phased out the coal industry. So those are the commodities that we see that are coming through. And most importantly, this is also driven that the fact most countries are seeing their recovering processes, their construction, especially for China. So they would like to construct more buildings and the rest, and that demand that they have buy more iron ore, and that come with nickel, as well as manganese. As most people are aware that China had a really trade difficulties with Australia, and they stopped everything else except iron ore. And that's just basically seeing the reliance that China has in iron ore. And also that put Africa in a very a good position, especially with Semendu and West Africa. Here is a regional overview. Most of you are possibly familiar with this. We are the fastest growing economy, 10th fastest growing economy. By 2025, or as I say, next 20 years, we are looking at a growing middle income, even despite COVID. There's a rise of foreign investment, direct foreign investment, and I'll come back about the reserve of minerals. But things we are seeing, especially here in East Africa, is that the internet have also changed a lot of things, and I know we're gonna talk about blockchain. So with the mobile phone and that ecosystem of business. Now, population growth, it is very critical. We are looking at having 200 million people in Africa, or double that by 2045. So we Africa sit in a very good position in terms of when we're looking at these figures, as we can see. In terms of the reserve, according to UN, 30% of world reserves sit in Africa. And the largest one is cobalt, which most of you already know what it's about, diamond, plutonium, and uranium. And although we are saying this, if you compare to the rest, like you see chrome, we have 51%, plutonium, 78% out of 88. The most interesting one for me is this phosphate, because we have 27%, and the ability for us to use this as a fertilizer and any other thing as to produce is very good. But I also know and quite aware, especially in my home country here in Kenya, we are underexplored. There's exploration is at a bare minimum, which we are working to rectify some of those matters. So we have the 30% of world reserve, growing population, serving the internet, a young population. So we are good to go. Again, we also look at, despite that, what we have on the ground, because in mining, we say geology, physical regime, as well as regulatory regime as the three key pillars that drive mining. So if we look at that, according to Fraser Index, is that we are looking at some of the countries have actually progressed from 2019 to 2020. It has been very attractive. You look at Namibia, you have moved from 55 to 52, although that's not what is significant. What is significant from where I sit and where I look is a country like DRC, which was 169, but now is coming to 57. And we are all aware what mineralization that country has. Countries like MADI is equivalent the same. It was viewed from number 68 to now 21. And mind you, this is out of 54 countries in Africa, and it does not include my country, which is Kenya, because we got out of that from 2019. But it is also showing that there's some level of movement in attractiveness in the countries that they want to mine in. Countries like Tanzania have dropped one notch. However, if you look at Botswana, have significantly jumped the hope from number 45 to number 11. So all this data is telling us we have the minerals, we are doing the right thing, which we will see what is the right thing is about, and we are ready to go. And this is more of geological and governance policies. That's what the Fraser Index look at. Now, again, I've just talked about that. We have 2020, also foreign investment have now poured quite a bit. But what we are more interested in is not just foreign investment, because it could be coming to IT and other areas. What we are looking at is a exploration budget. Exploration budget have dropped to 10%. We expected this. I mean, when you have issues like pandemic, country look inward and start exploring their own country. This is quite common in Australia, even where people cannot be able to travel. So 10% I don't see as a significant challenge to have it there, because that is driven by next point, which he says that 33 billion USD have come for exploration in Africa in 2020. And that's a significant chunk, considering that people are trying to conserve their capital or capital flow. It is also posing the question that we can attract, the foreign investors are seeing some bargain in Africa, especially in those places like you see Congo and other different places. And I was in African Indaba before 2019, and I saw that there's quite a high appetite for Congo, DRC. Now, a priority of productivity to what we're going to prioritize in mining to improve. And I said the three rugged pillars before I got to any other factors. One is geology, and God give you a good geology, but you can also do a large exploration in one aspect. Like in Kenya, we are really focusing on that geology, geomapping and all that. The second leg is tool is a regulatory regime. All foreign or direct investment want to see that their tenure is secured for a long time. When we change policies along the way, that really hurt local and international investors, because you can't really promise them the return on investment on what they put on. Among the other things, which is the infrastructure and infrastructure and other things, is a business resilient, productivity gain, efficiencies, and also the growth in tailings and climate change. I want to pause and see whether everybody can hear me as I continue to move. And you can hear me?
Yes, Mr. Stephen, yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
I'm just going to request that you summarize in the next 1 or 2 minutes.
Sure.
You could also stop sharing your screen.
Yes.
So that Miss Jacqueline can help you share the slides.
Okay, no worries. So we'll do that right now.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, okay, let's stop sharing. Okay. I think I've stopped that, so I'm sure you can see now.
Yes. We're going to just have someone share your screen,
okay,
and share the presentation with us.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I think, thanks, Jackie. Thank you so much for rescuing the day. So I think I was just here, so maybe I'll just move a bit from here. As Michael says, you need to summarize a bit. I think ESG policies will touch base on them fairly quickly, so we can move to the next slide. So what we are saying is leveraging the FTCA, as he said, continental trade, as part of the One African market. Why do we say this? Is first, this is a platform which is facilitate the trade. But second thing, we're seeing that some of the minerals that we send to places like China and then come back to us, can actually be produced or utilized in some of the African countries, places like South Africa as well as Nigeria. So again, I'm not here to explain about AFTA, how it works, but I'm saying there's a platform for us to leverage Africa, and also not just trading. Like now, one of Semendu he has one of the biggest iron ore deposit in the world. And yet we still need to be buying iron from China to construction of our road and building. As I said, it's this sort of a platform. What can we allow to start milling iron? And I know in my home country here in Kenya, we're actually looking at setting out those factories. Could we be able to get the iron from West coming to the East Africa? Next slide. So again, this is just talk about what the liberalization of it and the barrier removal, and that's what we are saying about removing tariff, especially for minerals. We see, especially with the illegal smuggling of gold and other minerals, that is something that needs to be tackled as a continental challenge. You find gold, leave Kenya, go to Uganda. Others come from Uganda, go to Kenya and to Tanzania and all that kind of stuff. So this is the area that we are looking at such a body to bring a collaboration effect and allow us to get a gain. Africa does not gain by smuggling, because in the end it's smuggled out of the country. And we are seeing like manganese is smuggled from Kenya to China. And then when you go to China, they hold them at ransom and they end up paying them at a very, very low rate. they have nowhere to go to because they have already exported that illegally. So they have to, to lose the commodity that they have, similar to the gemstone. Next slide, Jackie. So what needs to be done? I can't emphasize much enough about cleanup of the regulatory regime. That's very critical. Ensure you have we have a very solid ground. Second thing, physical regime. Is better even you have a higher take. Like you see, Tanzania have agreed to increase to 16% of free carry, but still investors are going in there, but just agree with them in the wrong term, and is locked up in a way that people know that that's what's going to happen. Obviously, geology, exploration, to ensure that when people come in, it's easier to do. Other countries, like in Australia, we see exploration incentives that are given to companies to be able to explore quickly and move quickly. So again, go back, Jackie. So we want to reduce dependencies of just that it is a international business or organization can invest money in Africa. We already have so many millionaires here. We need to educate them about the mining and be able to invest in our country, basically like what Dagote have done in the cement industry, which is also mining. That's deepen the financial market. Encourage local consumption. We produce in Kenya the best savorite, and yet only 10% of Kenyans utilize the local jewelries. So you see, we want to buy gold, but we have gold, but it goes to Dubai, then it come back to us 3 times fold. Why can't we have local people? And also Africans, indigenous Africans, encouraged to get into the mining in a small scale and promote sort of the technology. Next slide.
Thank you, Mr. Stephen. I'd like to have you really summarize the last slides.
Just 2 slides left, Michael.
No.
So just like 2 slides because of the technical challenge, and I'll go with them very quickly. So I'll go back to that, Jackie. Political stability, I've talked about infrastructure, labor regulation. So I'm not going to talk about the next slide. So just keep going. I'm sure everybody know what is the principle of attracting mining investors with the time given with ESG, but you can go in and look at mine and metals. There are areas which have highlighted as a good thing. But also I want to look at it from African perspective. Go next slide. Go the last slide. Again, the technology is huge. We want to bring technology. We are seeing that in Africa. Drone being used even in Australia, MADI, and all other blockchain technology. Last and not least, I'll just go to my home country and just talk what we are doing. Again, we are doing geosurvey. We are looking at a data center. Physical, and we have already finished physical regime to review about health and safety, rescuing miners. We don't want to see people being buried underneath. And then formalizations of ASM or artisanal miners, and we like to hear others what they are doing. And then now we are looking at different pillars of ensuring that we help artisanal miners and large-scale miners to market overseas where these resources are needed. I think that's where I'll cross that without the next slide. So thank you, Michael, and sorry about the technology a bit.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Stephen, and I really apologize for the technical challenges. All right, in the same spirit of attracting investment, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome my second panelist to immediately build onto that same conversation. We're going to have Mr. Sodia Naika, who is a founding member of DTM Group. He's a senior geologist and a geologist by training, with over 24 years experience in mining. His experience in mining industry is also complemented by his more recent focus in economics and mineral policy formulation. We're going to have Mr. Sodia present to us his perspective on how best we can mobilize domestic investments in Africa for value addition. Let's have Mr. Sodia, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Intembi. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, loud and clear.
Fantastic. Good day to my fellow panelists, distinguished guests, and attendees. As an introduction, please allow me to briefly introduce DMT. DMT is an international minerals-based consultancy that operates globally with its head office in Essen, Germany. I am the managing director of DMT Kabatla, which is the African subsidiary based in Johannesburg. We provide services across the minerals value chain that is inclusive of technical work, investment guidance, and policy development work. While projected growth in Africa remains higher than other global markets, Africa needs to industrialize and add value to its abundant agricultural, mineral, and other natural resources. Over the years, we at DMT had the opportunity to work with three important players that are instrumental in any investment. These are, number one, host governments, whom we have helped support and shape various policies aimed at facilitating domestic investment. Two, the private sector, those planning to make investments in the near term, where decisions are largely based on technical outcomes. And finally, foreign governments and foreign private investors, those who are interested in investing through building authentic partnerships with local firms and mining enterprises. With hindsight and some reflection, we have some thoughts on what each party could do differently or better to build the African continent through greater investment in the minerals sector. The following are some points that we would like to see happen that ensure Africa wins and develops on the back of its mineral resources for sustainability. So firstly, we have what can host governments do differently in the interest of the country and their people? For starters, create a more certain investment environment. Eliminate policy incoherence. Remove policy legislative contradictions. Improving governance. Creating a mining fiscal regime in favor of the country and its people. An important one is eliminating corruption. Long-term goals outweigh short-term monetary gains. Ring-fence rents for manufacturing, use rents for industrialization, build capacity in STEM and R&D and innovation. Create a supportive environment that facilitates the development of mineral linkages. Ensure health safety regulations are adhered to. Focus on how mining can reduce inequality, especially in areas around mines. Create policies and strategies making the mining sector comparable to attraction to traditional preferences, such as real estate. Ensure the development of a supportive policy framework for downstream beneficiation. Encourage foreign fabricators to locate processing and beneficiation facilities to the host countries, incorporating the training of local labor and skills and other inputs. Support regional corridor and other spatial development initiatives. Encourage regional mining-related cooperation and the harmonization of policies and tax regimes. So, in essence, there are two key realizations here. African countries should ensure that they provide a climate suitable to attract investment, but that they must also ensure the sustainability of the benefits from those investments. Moving on to the private sector, what can they do differently? They can encourage higher productivity, engender good corporate governance, pay improved production-based wages, stop tax avoidance and transfer pricing, build communities and mining environments to help reduce the stark inequalities, provide space for communities to participate and feel part of the operations, ensure mine closure and environmental rehabilitation planning and financing, focusing on improving human rights and community upliftment. Don't only focus on exports only, build and support local development and create linkages that can laterally migrate into other sectors. So for the private sector, the key lesson is to treat host communities well to ensure the sustainability of mineral tenures. Moving on to foreign companies and governments, what can they do differently? Essentially, they need to follow through on their commitments. Don't just extract and export, build locally. Partnerships are about uplifting locals. They should do the right thing on gender equality, human rights, and the environment. Monday this week marks 9 years since 34 miners were killed and 78 were injured when police opened fire on protesting miners at the Marikana mine in South Africa. This incident became known as the Marikana massacre. Marikana serves as a stark reminder of the truly horrible outcomes of disconnected investment interests over the interests of people. This should never happen. This should never be allowed to happen again, not only in Africa, but anywhere in the world. To avoid this, host governments, domestic investors, and international partners must work together in a transparent and trusting environment, but most importantly, the communities. It is clear that Africa has enormous investment potential, and this potential is projected to increase in the coming decades. The pointers that I've mentioned are aimed at ensuring that such investments can be attracted or developed, are made in a sustainable manner, and ensure lasting benefits for Africa. In closing, all parties involved should work together for common purpose. If the common purpose is the prosperity of the continent and all its people, then keep focus on the long-term goal. We need to work in harmony with other countries on the continent. We cannot want to build the continent as a whole, but want to compete amongst ourselves for investments. We have a free trade agreement with which we can use to build markets and manufacturing. But to do so, we need to rid ourselves of the notion that everything important is the best. Thank you for your time.
I'd like to thank you very much, Mr. Sodia Neka, for that very brief and very articulate presentation. I will make a small recap at the very end before we get into our Q&A. But now that we've had enough about attracting of investment and mobilizing of domestic investment, I want to hear about policy frameworks in the same kind of business. Ladies and gentlemen, our next presenter is Mr. Vincent Keddy. Mr. Vincent is a senior geologist in Uganda. He's a program manager for the implementation of Sukulu Phosphate and Street Mining project. He has vast experience in licensing and administration of the mining sector, and he currently serves with the Ministry of Energy Development of Uganda. Mr. Vincent is going to be making a presentation on legal and regulatory frameworks in the mineral sector with focus on how we can make investments in the mineral sector fluid and safe. If Mr. Vincent, you could make the presentation under 7 minutes, I'll be very glad for your time management. Mr. Vincent, your time is on.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Michael. My presentation is going to be on the policy, legal, and regulatory frameworks. I know that these policies, legal and regulatory frameworks are adapted nearly entirely now across the continent, but I would like to just focus or give a case for our experience here in Uganda. Maybe for those who don't know me, like you rightly introduced, my name is Vincent Keddy. I work in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development of Uganda. as the Assistant Commissioner for License Administration. So allow me to, I had prepared a small presentation for Uganda. Just as an introduction, I'd wanted to share with all the participants just a small history of Uganda's mineral potential. You can see Uganda has both metallic, industrial, gemstones, a category of minerals, and they are quite distributed across the entire country, as can be seen in this particular map. You can see the zoning of minerals nearly entirely across the country. The yellow circles are gold. You can see there are so many instances of gold occurrences across most parts of Uganda. Now, back to our topic of the policy, legal and regulatory frameworks. Let me just talk about our country. I know that this is shared across the entire continent, especially in light of continental aspirations as enshrined in the AMV, that's the African Mining Vision. And many countries are trying as much as possible to review their mining codes as well as the mining laws. So for us in Uganda, we have a new mining and mineral policy for Uganda, which was approved by Cabinet in 2018. And that policy replaced our old policy of 2001. This policy is now available in print and has been gazetted. I will talk specifically what is enshrined in both the policy and the law shortly. After that policy, we had to have a new law that is in form of a bill that would try to operationalize some aspects of the law, of the policy. The principles for that policy were approved by our cabinet here in Uganda in 2019. And then, of course, our Ministry of Justice, together with the technical team in the ministry, had to draft a new law. And that new law is in form of a bill, which has also been approved by our cabinet in April this year. And we are going to be gazetting this next month and forwarding to our parliament for consideration, for debate and consideration. And allow me just to go through now what exactly are the key aspects that have been brought out in this new policy and the new bill. One is that we have a new licensing regime. Previously, we've been having a system where we do first come, first serve for nearly all the mineral rights that we grant. But now that is changing because there are some areas called brownfields where mineralization is known. We thought that now we can actually do exploration up to possibly feasibility, and then we will package these areas, which are brownfields, in 2 blocks, just like we do in petroleum, and then we encourage bids, we shall do competitive bidding. And then for the other areas where there is limited data, for example, which are called greenfields, we will maintain the first come, first serve arrangement. Then also we have a new artisanal and small-scale mining licensing regime. We previously had one license for all artisanal and small-scale miners, which was a bit prohibitive. It wouldn't allow them to progress from one level to another. So now we have a system where we have artisanal mining license capped at a certain capital requirement. And then after when you progress past that capital requirement, you can go for a small-scale mining license. This particular 2 licenses are preserved for Ugandan citizens. And then in cases where there's merger or just foreign companies, they can go for medium-scale or large-scale mining licenses. In terms of the fiscal frameworks, this new bill introduces some interesting, Africa has had a history of mining for long without the benefits trickling down to the communities. So this particular bill introduces fiscal frameworks that also promote things like production sharing, and as the previous speaker said, free carry, 15%, and the government can take up to 35% through the normal process of buying from 15 to 35. So those are this is not for all mining projects, but for specific or strategic ones that government identifies. We also have mineral processing licenses introduced. Previously, we had a gap in our law where there was mineral processing was not ideally being well regulated. There was a difference between the laws in mining and those of industry. So it created a bit of a gap. And so this new law is intended to bridge that gap and address the problem of the regulation of mineral processing. So there will be mineral processing licenses, smelting, as well as refining licenses. The new law will also create specialized units, for example, the mining cadastre unit, to separate it from the regulation function. And then we shall have a dedicated exploration unit, which can do exploration up to feasibility. We will also introduce an ASM unit, which has previously been under inspections unit, mineral certification unit, and then we shall also have an enforcement arm of the ministry or of the mining sector for mineral protection. It's kind of an enforcement unit. The new law also introduces prohibitive penalties and fines regime to discourage people from being non-compliant when performing all the obligations under their mineral rights. Importantly, also across the entire country, we are trying to promote in-country value addition as opposed to export of raw or semi-processed mineral ores. So this particular intervention is intended to harness more benefits from the mining sector. There's also the creation of a national mining company.
I'm going to kindly request that you can summarize and be able to wind up in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, I will try to. National mining company to take care of the government's commercial interests in mining, will regulate our scientists, we already have an online mineral licensing system, so it will continue to foster that. It's a requirement for mineral traceability across the entire ICGLR region, that is the International Conference on the Regulatory Region. And then also we intend to have community participation through our community development agreements. So we had to come up with this law, we had to do consultations across the country. Stakeholder views have been collected. Now that it's approved by cabinet, we are taking it to parliament for consideration before it goes to the president for assent and law. Now we also intend to come up with regulations, a regulatory framework to help now give the detail to the law, to the new bill or law. So we shall have licensing regulations, building substance regulations. These are development minerals. ASM, that is artisanal and small scale mining. We shall have regulations on mineral beneficiation, on radioactive and hazardous chemicals, on occupational health and safety. These are mine specific. There are those which are general in nature, but want mine specific occupational health and safety regulations. Then we shall have some on mineral certification. And in Uganda also we are unique in the fact that we also regulate geothermal resources under mining. So we shall also have those regulations. I think that is all. I think I've finished under 2 minutes. And I believe that the tenets of these particular laws in Uganda have also been considered in other countries. Thank you very much, Michael.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad that you're able to complete even under the 2 minutes that I'd given you. The conversation is getting as exciting as it can be. We've now heard on how we can invest in Africa, how we can mobilize domestic investments, how we have to regulate the system. But little has been said about the new technologies that are also dominating the conversations around mineral resources. That is the blockchain technologies and artificial intelligence. I would like at this particular point to invite my last panelist for the day, and that is Chairman Frank Dickson Mujenyi. Mr. Frank Dickson Mujenyi is the Executive Chairman of the Minerals Africa Development Institute, MADI. He is also a Senior Industry Advisor to the Office of a Commissioner of Trade and Industry with the African Union Commission. He spearheaded the establishment of an African Minerals Development Center, which is responsible for the African Mining Vision's operationalization. And Mr. Frank is also a renowned Pan-African. And we have to have him contribute to the conversation of Africa's future in terms of leveraging on Industry 4.0 technologies. Mr. Frank, I'm going to request that you make a 7-minute presentation on how best you can leverage on Industry 4.0 technologies. These are the blockchain technologies and artificial intelligence. Yes, artificial intelligence, since that's where we are headed to. What is the position in this discussion, and where do you see our continent in such a kind of realm? Mr. Frank, to you.
Thank you so much. I just want to use 3 slides from my previous presentation of yesterday. And the first one I want to refer to is the opening slide, and which is why we are here, that we are trying to demystify that Africans do not participate in the mineral resource value chains. And we also emphasize that minerals are borderless. So I just want to take you to this other slide. Minerals are borderless, because I want to keep it very, very short. And I'm just going to make a reference to the first speaker who said gold comes from Tanzania to Kenya, from Uganda to Kenya, from Kenya to Uganda. But we all know that Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania are members of East African Community. And DRC, which is the epicenter of mineral resource development in Africa, is actually applying to become a member of the East African Community. We have the International Conference of Great Lakes region that has almost all the countries that host a number of mineral resources other than gold. So you ask yourself, when you hear the trade laws in the integration agenda and free trade arrangement, you hear trade laws in milk, in other, yes, there are trade laws, because we're trying to remove tariffs and other things from products so that they can move freely together with the factors of production under the integration agenda. So you ask yourself, why are we referring to mineral resources being smuggled, but not referring to milk being smuggled, or beans, or maize, or whatever? Why it is different? Because Africa has got natural resources. Agricultural resources are part of natural resources. They are either, in the natural resources, you either mine it or grow it. And everything depends on mineral resources. So in order to change our mindset and understand how the mineral resources will support Africa, we have to start thinking of what kind of words do we use. There could be an illegal trade, yes, not formalized. I know during the previous regimes where there was no regulations, we used even the word border came from the fact that things were moving across the border, coffee and so forth. But when you come to mineral resources, it's so pronounced. But you ask yourself that these mineral resources, if they are smuggled from outside Africa, but they are not smuggled in other countries. So I think other countries also should say, we have got gold smuggled in our countries. Sweden has almost 14 refineries. Dubai has more refineries. You've never had any refinery in Sweden or in Dubai, or gemstone work in India, or the Antwerp in diamonds, or anything, or London for the beers and gold, diamond, and you have never had any country saying there is minerals being smuggled into our country. Where do they go? They definitely go somewhere. So Africa has to remove these border issues from their mindset and start thinking that minerals do not have borders. So once we know that, then we just have to know that then minerals, the solution for Africa is nothing other than integration as the solution. And where am I going to go with the future of mineral resources and attracting investment? And in fact, I want to avoid the way we use the attracting investment in the way traditionally it has been, because if we are going to demystify that Africa participates in the mineral resource, we have to think out of the box. We have to change the way we think and start thinking along the lines of what can be done. There will be hardly no single African country to have a whole vertical integrated value chain in its territory that is demarcated by the dotted lines that were defined by the Berlin Conference of 1864-65. If we are going to have a value chain, the only solution is regional value chains. And if we have to know that regional value chains will support Africa, we need to look at sub-regional groupings, East African Community, SADC, ECOWAS, and others. Because again, it may not be possible to have the whole integrated value chain across all the 55 countries. But countries with homogeneous mineral resources need to come together and harmonize their roles and relations. And I'm happy that East African Community has the East African Community Mining Code. So we need to start looking at how do we have regional value chains. Underpinning the regional value chain is information. Any level of the value chain, from geological information to mining, to processing, to trade, to logistics, until you do the waste deposition or recycling, having a circular economy, you need information within each sector, because the next level of who will be big in the world is someone who contains data. At any level, for us to remove what smuggling is or whatever, because again, when you talk about illicit financial flows or conflict minerals, it is only in Africa that you hear the word illicit financial flows and conflict minerals. In fact, Vincent Kedi will tell you and other colleagues that there is no international classification of resources as conflict minerals. It's not a normal scientific classification of resources. Why are we having conflict minerals in Africa and not anywhere in the world? Because we are taking issues that have been defined for us. So for me, we're going forward as Africa is adapt the industry 4.0 technologies. We have to ensure that we have information systems at every stage of regional value chains, and that information captured within the blockchain technologies, and then be able to connect ourselves with the global value chains. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you very much, Chairman. It's been a very big delight to have my panelists present under 1 hour. I'm just going to have us by a few minutes into the next session, because I want to give 1 minute to panelists to make a comment on the other's presentation. And if you may allow me, I would like to start with Mr. Stephen Curia, if you could prove that with us. Okay, I would like to have Mr. He mentioned that one of the things that the private sector tax avoidance, and the other is to make sure that we pay improved wages to the workers in the mineral industry. Now, I know that Mr. Stephen, who is in Kenya and has worked in the business of attracting investment through the private sector, knows that tax avoidance is one of the things that many of these companies that deal in the mineral sector ride on. I need to know your opinion on whether this is a workable solution and how best perhaps we can do that. Mr. Stephen, you could unmute and maybe give a 1 minute comment on that. Okay, it looks like we might be having some small issues with Mr. Stephen's internet. Mr. Vincent.
Hello. Hi there. And for the session time has come up, and I want to bring on the ladies and gentlemen,
all right.
Exactly at 5 o'clock.
No problem.
So Blair, I'll give you the time then at 5 o'clock. Don't worry, stick with us, guys. So I want to switch straight over to Howard. Howard, can you hear us? Hello, Howard.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. I hope you can hear me as well.
Yes. Oh, fantastic. Howard is on.
I hope you can hear me.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Oh, yes.
Thank you so much, guys, for sticking with us. Howard is going to be taking us through a session, which we're going to see a couple of different things in terms of mining and the impact it has on the climate and our environment. In terms of technology, do we have the labor force? In terms of how do we create a labor force for the mining industry, etc. Howard, I think you can take over from me from there. I can't see your video though, so I don't know whether you're still on. Howard, just switch on your video.
My video is on.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the speakers, please kindly keep the 7 minutes because then it's very, very little time, but it's still very, very little. Flies everybody on and have everybody. I still can't see your video.
The video is on. I hope I can be heard as well. I think the technical team should work that out. But the video is on, and so is the audio. And I can see you very well, Mr. Brown Okalevo.
I hear you, Howard, but I can't see you.
Okay, is that better? Can you see me now?
Not yet on my side, but I can hear you.
You
can
can
go
see
ahead.
him, I think, Okalebo,
Yeah.
we can see, I think we can see from here Howard Mwesibu.
Yes.
The show is yours. All right.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Brown Okalevo. And thank you so much to our distinguished panelists who have taken us to the first panel of this particular second day of our convention. And I'm delighted and profoundly elated to steer you through this second session of our second day of the Madini E-Convention 2021. And hitherto, we have been discussing and cultivating discourse on demystifying the African participation in the minerals value chain. And this particular afternoon, I'm privileged to be hosting and moderating a very distinguished panel, and we'll be discussing a knowledge-based minerals resource sector on Africa. So this particular conversation comes in the developments that have happened in the African mineral value chain, where we've had hitherto a couple of instruments that have been undertaken, especially by the African Union, and notably we have seen the African Mining Vision, and we have also seen the Pan-African Reserves and Resources Reporting Code. So the African Mining Vision particularly is a policy framework that was created by the African Union in 2009. And the aim of that particular vision, the African Mining Vision, which is usually acronym to be the AMV, is to ensure that Africa utilizes its mineral resources strategically for a broad-based inclusive development. So along those lines alone, a conversation on knowledge, on the knowledge of and appreciation of the African mineral sector and the minerals value chain in Africa is indispensable. So on my panel, or should I say on our panel this particular afternoon, we're going to have 4 panelists. The first one is going to be Dr. Victoria Chahat, who's the president of the Next Generation Explorers and Award Association. And she's going to make a presentation on the Next Generation Explorers Award Program. And secondly, we're going to have Dr. Prince Ofori Amponsa, who's a senior lecturer at the University of Ghana, and he's going to make a presentation on the West African Exploration Initiative, which is usually acronym to be WAXI. And we're going to have, thirdly, on our panel this afternoon, Professor John Loudon, who's a professor at the Heriot-Watt University, and he will be making a presentation on climate change, environment, and minerals development. And ultimately, we'll be having Mr. Tom Ifson, who is the director at Sustainalytics, and is going to be taking us through the Sustainalytics project. So along those lines alone, I would like to welcome you again to this second session of this second day of the Madini Convention. And without much ado, I would like to introduce the panelists, to give them a minute to introduce themselves, after which we shall then delve into their presentations, and then we'll delve into the panel discussions. The presentations, I beseech you, distinguished panelists, that they should be curtailed or limited within 7 minutes, and then we shall proceed to have the discussion thereafter. So without much ado, I see we have Professor John Loudon, we have Dr. Victoria Chahat, we have Mr. Tom Ifson. Mr. Tom Ifson, I would like to request you to switch on your video so that we can see you. Yes, thank you so much. And I see we have Dr. Prince Ofori Amponsa, and I'm delighted to have you all. So at this particular juncture, I would like to begin with Dr. Victoria. The floor is yours. Please introduce yourself, say a word or two, and then we shall proceed eventually after everyone has introduced themselves to your presentation. Otherwise, it's my distinguished pleasure and singular honor to have you on board. The floor is yours, Dr. Victoria.
Hi, so I'm Dr. Victoria Chihart, and I'm a research scientist at the Geological Survey of Canada, and I'm also the president of the Next Generation Explorers Award.
All right.
Do I go?
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
No, thank you so much, Dr. Victoria. We're going to come back to you in a minute.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that introduction. I would like to go straight away to Professor John Ladden for your introduction and ancillary remarks. Professor.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, I'm John Ludden. I'm a professor at Heriot-Watt University, but prior to that, I was the executive director of the British Geological Survey, and I'm also the president of the International Union of Geological Sciences. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor John Ladden. I would like to move the floor and the virtual mic to Mr. Tom Ifson. Mr. Tom Ifson, the floor is yours for the remarks.
Thank you very much. So I am director for the Americas, not really an African focus on my role, but what we focus on is helping companies issue all of their sustainably themed financings, whether it's green, social, sustainable, and here and I think we're basically the leader in the world of writing the validations for those issuances. So today I'll obviously be focusing on the resource sector and what the trends are in Africa. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Tom Ifson. I would like now to bring on board Dr. Prince Ofori Ponsa from the University of Ghana. Doctor, the floor is yours. Kindly make your remarks so that we can go straight ahead to Dr. Victoria. Dr. Prince Ofori?
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, but we are unable to see you, sir.
Just a second.
All right.
Can you see me now?
Yes, much better. Welcome aboard, Dr.
Yes,
Prince Ofori.
thank you. Yes, I'm Prince Ofori Ponsa from the University of Ghana. I'm a senior lecturer in geology, and I also find myself in the exploration industry space, for which I have worked for 10 years. So I consider myself as a bridge between industry and academia. Thank you.
All right, amazing. Thank you so much, Professor John, Dr. Victoria, Mr. Tom, and Dr. Prince Ofori for those introductions. Now, without much ado, I'd like to move straight away to Dr. Victoria. I understand you have to leave in a few minutes. Because of a pressing engagement, I would like to give the floor to you first to make your presentation, and then we'll proceed from there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Howard. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Are you seeing the presenter view or the notes view?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for the honor to speak at this inaugural and prestigious conference. I would like to focus my presentation on the topic of sustainability and how we see it applying to the future geoscientists in African minerals development. So first, I would like to introduce you to our association. The Next Generation Explorers Award Association is a registered Canadian-based nonprofit organization formed to advance education in the field of minerals exploration by providing university students with industry-relevant experiences and awards based on achievements in geoscience challenges. Our vision is an industry where future geoscientists are proficient to solve tomorrow's mineral exploration challenges. So we strive to accomplish this through the Next Generation Explorers Award, which is an international challenge with the goal of bringing together the education and mineral resource sectors to address key industry challenges.
Sorry to cut you short, Victoria. You might want to switch to presentation view.
Okay, because which one can you see?
We're currently seeing your notes.
Okay, that's what I was worried about. Is this better now or no? How do I fix this?
No, it's still not.
Okay, let me try. Sorry about that. Screen one, share.
Dr. Victoria, that's much better. We can now see the presentation.
You can now see the presentation? Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can obviously see I made a lot of notes, so we're gonna go through the notes. So our vision, the challenge provides a means for geoscience students to bridge the real-world skills gap by working collaboratively on an unstructured problem that is going to both hone their university-acquired and group skill sets on relevant applications.
Dr. Victoria?
Yes.
I think you're sharing the wrong screen. You need
Where?
to look at the tab.
Is this? Okay, sorry.
It's all right.
I'm going to
Yes.
stop sharing my screen. And then I'm going to share my screen again.
All right.
And then I'm going to. Can you see that?
Yes. Perfect. That's much better. Yes, we can see the presentation. You may proceed.
Okay, perfect. We're there. Sorry.
It's all right.
The challenge provides a means for geoscience students to bridge the world's skill gap. So we get them to work on a problem that will hone both their university acquired and group skill sets on applications that we do use in the mining industry. So we're actively engaging with over 225 worldwide geoscience universities to participate in the award, of which 45 reside in Africa. And we see our mandate aligning with the theme of MADI being supporting responsible and sustainable development of Africa's mineral resources. So from an African minerals development perspective, we see the following challenges and opportunities. An increased demand from worldwide consumers, along with the transition to a low carbon economy, is expected to bode well for the long-term future of the minerals and metals industry. So many African countries are looking to minerals development to provide these economic growth opportunities, with the challenge of doing this in a socially and environmentally sustainable manner. So given that the African share of the 2019 global mineral exploration budget was only 12%, there's a significant potential for increased mineral development activity. The EY report noted that companies are trying to understand the skills requirement of the future workforce and how to best get these skill sets. So there's a growing desire and commitment from the mining industry to develop and hire the future workforce locally. So from the 2016 demographic profile of African countries report by the Economic Commission for Africa, the number of young people in the 15 to 24 years was 230 million in 2015. And this is projected to be 535 million by 2065. In their African Economic Outlook 2020 report, the African Development Bank noted that there's a mismatch between young workers' skills or education and the needs of employers. So our association found that there was the following challenges. So studies show that the recruitment and retention of skilled geoscientists in the mineral resource sectors continues to be problematic. And we realized that effective data integration and visualization of data remains a key requirement as we explore deeper and undercover. So while technology is important, skilled geoscientists are key to using the data and to problem solving with it. So it's really important that we develop a sustainable source of enthusiastic and skilled geoscientists with the ability to collaborate on multidisciplinary knowledge and approaches that have the soft skills to foster positive community and stakeholder engagement. I would now like to speak about sustainability and how we see it as applying to the future geoscientists in the African minerals development. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, adopted by all the United Nations member states in 2015, has put forward 17 sustainable development goals, which is an urgent call of action for all. So examining sustainable development from a worldwide context, and in particular, the minerals industry, we are all aware of a growing emphasis on companies to focus on sustainability, so which is particularly like environmental and social governance, and investors are getting serious about this. sustainability, with global institutional investing firms and the biggest asset managers integrating sustainability issues into their investing criteria. So we ask ourselves, have enough knowledge been given in the role of quality education or knowledge that can play a role in sustainable development? So knowledge, in particular, geoscience knowledge, plays a key role in the exploration phase of the mining cycle and can be argued that it'll eventually influence decision-making further along in the mining life cycle. So the sustainability position we put forward is that governments need to focus on knowledge development along with technological dimensions of sustainable development, so as to be able to ensure that minerals resource development is truly sustainable within their respective countries. Both these aspects can be accomplished through supporting the university ecosystem, so in our case, geosciences. Universities provide the ideal environment for homegrown innovation through the establishment of research facilities or centers of excellence. Students can be encouraged by government and industry, as the mineral industry does offer the career opportunities to provide sustainability through knowledge. So the world that future generations will inherit will be one highly dependent on meeting a need for metals and minerals. With new deposits being more difficult to discover, innovative exploration strategies are required to meet this demand. The mining exploration industry is faced its most significant skills shortage in decades, and the global talent pool is having trouble keeping up. If mining exploration is to meet the challenges of tomorrow, it must be active in preparing and training the geoscientists of today. So to accomplish this, educational institutions, government associations, and industry need to work together to address key knowledge and innovation challenges for sustainable minerals development. For the 2021 NGEA Challenge, we had 19 teams from across the world participate with over 100 students. Their submissions were judged by our 6 esteemed judges from industry, academia, and government. And from the 19 teams, 6 were invited to present at the virtual PDAC convention in 2021 that were viewed by over 600 delegates. So in collaboration with our sponsors, we gave all 19 teams an opportunity to vote mutually with one or more of our government and industry sponsors so that the sponsors could learn more about their individual team members. And this gave the students a really good opportunity to network and build relationships that could potentially lead to future employment opportunities. So my own organization, the Geological Survey of Canada, used this as an opportunity to meet with all the Canadian teams. And by getting to know all the students, and their expertise, we now have a qualified pool of candidates to draw from for future employment opportunities. And then for the 2022 NGA, my own organization is now providing mentors to each team that is working on a Canadian data set, which again facilitates training of highly qualified people in sustainable knowledge, as well as identifying students that could potentially fill skill shortages we have within our organization. So for this year's challenge, we are collaborating with MADI to actively encourage African geological surveys and universities to participate in the 2022 NGA Challenge and support their students in their country's geoscience universities. We've asked geological surveys to provide university teams with high quality data selected from one of their terrains that has a high likelihood of mineral endowment and supports broader socioeconomic mandate of their country. For African governments, we see this as an opportunity to promote minerals development investment in their countries. And for African academia, we see this as really good, their students participating in the challenge and increasing the potential for mineral exploration industry to hire their graduate geoscientists. We are really glad that we currently have 2 African teams. We have one from Botswana and one from Nigeria. And we really want to thank the Botswana Geoscience Institute that rose to our call and is supporting the students from their 2 universities. Along with these teams, we do have a team from India that has 3 African-based students and is using the Ugandan data set. These students are from South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria. And in addition, we have a team from Canada that is using the Botswana data set. So for African geological surveys and universities that are here today, we ask that you consider supporting a team from your country in this challenge. We ask governments to consider knowledge development, quality education, along with technological innovation as part of sustainability strategy. So it is to ensure that minerals resource development is truly sustainable in your country. It's encouraging that African governments have and are continuing to invest in their education development of their young and growing population. The Botswana team is a fantastic example of this. Aligning with the Madini theme, who is doing what and where in the African mineral space, we are doing our little part to help develop the future generation of African geoscientists that supports the mining industry's strong commitment to support the communities and jurisdictions they operate, including a desire to continue hiring a local workforce. So thank you to the committee and our sponsors, and I apologize for my badness with this presentation at the start. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Victoria Hart, who's the president of the Frank Arnott Next Generation Explorers Award Association, for that insight and insight in the Next Generation Explorers Award program. And I've noted that about two conglomerate African countries, Botswana and Nigeria, have gone a long way in making sure that their students do participate. And will be, in case you're on for the panel discussion, for the discussion on the Q&A, we'll be looking closely to interrogate what are those structural challenges that are probably limited in number thus far. But we are glad to have you on board and for that amazing presentation. And we hope that eventually we'll be seeing more African countries participating, because that is how we get to augment discourse in the mineral sector and bring the millennials and the young people up to speed, because that is they're the stakeholders of the future. Otherwise, due to the time constraints, I would like to move straight to Dr. Prince Ofori Amponsa, who is a senior lecturer at the University of Ghana. Dr. Prince Ofori, I hope you can hear me, and I hope you're able to turn on your video and audio, and we're waiting for your presentation. Thank you so much.
Please, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, good morning once again, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are joining us from. I'm here to talk about the West African Exploration Initiative, which has been running in West Africa for the past 15 years. It's mainly been a 3-year project, which started in 2006, and then the third phase of the project ended in 2019. Currently, we are actually preparing for the fourth stage of the research as well as capacity building program, for which proposals have been sent to sponsors. The West African Exploration Initiative currently has almost about 40 industrial sponsors. It has 12 in-kind sponsors, mainly from geological surveys within the West African sub-region. And then it has 23 R&D partners, which are with us. Currently, in terms of our capacity building initiatives, right from 2006 to now, the West African Exploration Initiative has been able to train a little over 100 students, i.e. in PhD, postdoc, MScs, and honors. And I'm glad to tell you that more than 2/3, which is almost 70 to 80 students that we had on board, are actually from Africa. So what we are doing is that we are keenly training the next generation of African geoscientists to come and take up the responsibility in terms of our mineral space. Like I said, the program is currently running through 12 countries, and then we have so far about $8.5 million have been invested into what we are having currently. We also have 1 million investment from governments, i.e. that's Ghana, Australia, France, and then we also have sustainable in-kind contribution from other institutions in the world. So far, I can say that we've generated 660 gigabytes of exploration and geoscience data, for which is available to geological surveys. And that means once the geological surveys have it, government also have it. So government is able to take good decisions in terms of the mineral commodity space in the various countries that we have currently. Those who are also part of it also have access to this 650 gigabytes of data. And I can assure you that, for example, with this program that we have in Ghana, it's helped and now almost 2 ready to mine deposits are currently underway with mine development. So soon there will be mining in terms of gold, and then it could and it's going to employ over thousands of people. So we could see that yes, this kind of program is actually churning out employments and sustaining many African countries in West Africa. So like we said, and like I told you already, you could see that we have new qualified pool of geoscientists that have come through over the years. Almost 2/3 are coming from Africa, and from wherever you see the dots, that's on the map that we have, are areas that we've been able to work in, and they are areas that we've been able to define the geology, mainly on the Paleoproterozoic craton, on the West African craton, in connection with their mineralizations or in connection with their metallogenic front, as well as capacity building. What we've also done over the years is that you don't only train students, but we also train most of the companies that do sponsor us. We also share with them the 4D technologies that we've been using. And I can assure you and tell you that companies are very happy, and that is why they are seeking that we move on with WAXI 4, because at the end of the day, it is helping them in their exploration front, and it's also helping them in terms of doing smart mining, and as well as reducing environmental challenges that come to mining. What we've realized over the years is that it is better for us to separate the capacity building phase from the research phase, because we deem the capacity building phase as a very important phase for which we are training. And by so doing, we had to open an NGO called the AGATE project. And this AGATE project actually takes care of all the capacity building in terms of their knowledge, their school, whatever they need in terms to finish whatever work that they are doing. And it has to be industry focused as well. From the research front, you would realize that we have started, it's a multi-scale analysis where we started from the micro scale to the macro scale to the mega scale, where we've looked at things right from the thin section level, as well as large geophysical data to come up with things that concern our craton in West Africa. And like I said, we were looking at the tectonics and architecture, the mineralizing systems, as well as surface processes, and we cap all of this in terms of its capacity building for the next generation of Africans. So I can clearly tell you that from where I sit, we've trained most students here in Africa whom have gone on to start working with governments, those that have gone into education, and those that have gone into the industry, and they are impacting their industries positively. This just to give you an idea of just the results that we've been able to come up with. There's the lithium hafnium data that we have, and we've correlated it with where we are supposed to, where gold exploration has taken place. And this helps us to actually know where we think we can find more deposits. Also, we've been able to define the various types of ore deposits that we have and the timing of the events that we have here in Africa. And then we know that, yes, in West Africa, most of our gold mineralization comes with our orogenic, but that notwithstanding, we could see also that we are having more and more also from intrusive related types, which hitherto wasn't known, but now we've made it available to industry as well as governments, and it's helping in the way exploration is being done. And so far, this is the map that we've been able to come up with, right from the mapping that we've did. You would realize that from the Senegal end, you would have Diallo and Barato, Moussoural also working in Cote d'Ivoire. In Northern Ghana, we had Block and McFarlane also doing work, and then Metalka and Barato also doing some work in Burkina Faso. So far, this is the kind of map that we have been able to come up with, and also define mineralized systems that we have. And we've written over 100 publications and books to define the mineralization space in the West African sub-region. Now moving on to WAXI 4, for which I am here, just to tell you that WAXI 4 is still going to look at mineralized system, but this time we are moving from the Paleoproterozoic section of the West African craton and looking more at the Achaean portion, as well as the reworked Pan-African zones that we have in Africa, as well in West Africa, as well as the basins. And based on these things, we'll be able to still generate more and more points for which it will help companies and governments to be able to know what kind of commodity that they can find in there, and also define the commodity in terms of space and time, as well as its geology. And that will help in the exploration procedures that are going to take place and how we could maximize whatever commodity that we have. So you would realize that so far with the ECON portion, this is the work that we want to do for WAXI 4. The ECON portion is in ash, the Paleoproterozoic portion is in blue, the basin research is in green, the mineralizing system is in yellow, and then we have the capacity building. And you would realize that where we have for now about 2 million is the money that we have at hand. So any of the colors that are bold or that are deep are the kind of research that we are going to take on ASAP starting this September 2021.
Dr. Prince Ofori, I would like to request you to wrap up the presentation in 1.5 minutes so we can the subsequent speaker will come back to you eventually at the Q&A.
Sure,
that's okay.
Sure, that is
Thank
fine.
you.
So this is a map showing exactly where the research is going to take place. So by way of summary and to finish, we are saying that newly compiled data set in the GIS format is available for new companies that would want to join this, and for the old companies, they know how to access it already. And we are saying that the first access to the latest idea in terms of the formation and reworking in the West African Craton and its margins in context of mineralization and exploration, and support the next generation of companies that would want to come in to do exploration, as well as build capacity in terms of African youth, as well as government personnel, so that they know what their space is and maximize the potential from there. And then preferential access to custom professional courses for staffs using the latest technologies and ideas based on local data sets. So if you want to know more about the West African Exploration Initiative, you can go to the Amara website, and then you can contact the Amara managers, and they will get you on board with the West African Exploration Initiative. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Prince Ofori Amponsa, Senior Lecturer at the University of Ghana, for that presentation on the West African Exploration Initiative, WAXI, and particularly on WAXI 4. And I'll be getting back to you on the nitty-gritties of the structural capacity and the capacity building when it comes to the new guys who want to join in the formation of the West African Craton. Subsequently, I would like to move on to Professor John Lardon, who's a professor at the Heriot-Watt University, to make his presentation on climate change, environment, and minerals development. Professor, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. You can hear me? You can see my slide?
Yes, we can see the slide, we can see you as well, and we can hear you loud and clear. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Right. I'm going to apologize in advance for being somewhat less bullish than most of the speakers that I saw yesterday and today. And, you know, Africa is the richest continent for mineral resources. We heard that several times. I tend to believe that that might be the case, but is it really? And if so, outside of South Africa, where are the resources? I think Africa still has a long way to go to prove its resources and reserves and tertiary industries outside of Africa. Another slide, go down. Sorry, I'm trying. Oh, good. Right. So this slide here is actually quite a nice slide. It gives you a feeling for how mineral resources have evolved through time. And now in 2020, when we are on the cusp of a revolution, I think, in the way we deal with science and we deal with our lives and behaviors in response to climate change, you can see that there's an enormous change in the minerals and metals that are required for us to live in the future in this new world. But on top of that, and I think certainly in Europe, certainly in North America, I think increasingly in China, we see a trend that will be required to achieve net zero carbon production, so carbon's there all along, but we will be required to produce net zero coal, methane in the next decade to the next generation. And there's an increasing push towards a hydrogen economy, which is starting now to develop, with hydrogen potentially in the initial stages, blue hydrogen sourced from methane, but probably moving towards green hydrogen from renewables. So I guess the question might be, to what extent is Africa preparing itself for this? Is it taking advantage of this transition, which is a major stepping stone, and how do we do that? Just sort of looking back at the major metal producers, as I said, with the exception of South Africa, that Africa currently doesn't figure really in the leading producers or in the second leading producers in many of the resources that are required going forward. Now, I'm not saying they're not there, I'm just saying they're not proven. And I pulled out zinc as an example here. This was from Wikipedia. And I think it's quite, quite stark actually for Africa as to how little production of zinc there is. I mean, it just shows you there. Clearly, it's dominated by Australia, China, and North America and South America. So why isn't Africa there, right? And we're going to require zinc and copper going forward. We're going to consume as much copper in the next decade as we've consumed in the entire period up until now that humans have been on the planet. So how's Africa going to resolve that problem? And another question here is, I mean, this diagram you see here is actually cobalt resources in Europe and potential for new discoveries. So yesterday we heard, and today we heard quite a lot about African cobalt in DRC and such like. Yeah, there is cobalt there, but Europe and I think other countries are starting to look at, okay, where are our homegrown resources, where we can actually prove clearly that they are resourced sustainably. So here, for example, this is cobalt across Europe. I'm not going to go into details, but there is potential in nickel cobalt production in Europe, and people are starting to look into that. So I think for Africa to unlock its mineral resources, even though we've seen several presentations, the last one, for example, at Waxy is a good example of putting data, making it available to the community. In large part, the data inside Africa is retained inside the geological surveys or inside the mining companies and is not shared, and there is no concept of kind of open data. And the argument is that if you look at countries such as, say, Europe, Canada, North America, Australia, countries which have a large mining history, by making data available actually encourages inward development and inward investment and inward resource development. So I think one of the most important things for Africa to try and work on now is to try and find a way to actually unlock its geological data, probably initially on a kind of regional basis. You can't unlock it all in one go. You saw yesterday some examples of the million plus scale, 10 million plus scale geological maps. I mean, those are fine for teaching, but they are not good enough for what is required to actually unlock the resources in Africa. So there are some pilot projects out there. Waxy is one. MADI in Uganda have projects looking at, if we release the data, how well will we encourage inward investment and that basically strengthen the confidence that people have. So basically data is the biggest problem that we have. And a lot of that data here on this diagram here is actually locked up in European geological surveys, who should be required to unlock this data as well. So sustainability and net zero carbon energy, just to finish off. So people will want materials that are proven to be sustainably sourced in the future, right? And when I say people, I'm not just talking about the West or Europe. I'm talking about, I think that you're going to find increasingly in China and in Africa, people want to see that their materials are sustainably sourced. So you will need to be able to prove that. And there have been some talks on that, which is good to see. People will not consume carbon dioxide and methane producing resources unless they're offset going forward. I mean, that is happening, and it's happening very fast. I think some people surprised at how quickly the people are moving in this direction. Is it a bandwagon? I don't think so. I think the population has changed in the way it wants to see its future. So we need data. We need to know what's there in Africa, in particular in Africa, apart from Southern Africa, where actually the resource base is fairly well defined. We need to know how a resource is extracted and if it can be recycled, right? So as many people have said, Africa needs capacity, Africa needs infrastructure. It also needs a net zero carbon energy capacity. I think probably one solution might be to take more of a regional and sectorial focus, for example, the Great Lakes region or the West Africa region as part of a solution. I think there's opportunity to take advantage of the hydrogen economy and to associate resource sectors. For example, there's no reason to think that we can't produce blue hydrogen, at least in Africa, and potentially green hydrogen, and actually enhance the whole net zero energy production to allow us to develop resources in Africa in situ. And to finish, my last slide, come on, last slide. Okay. So I just put up this last slide because it comes from something that I've been doing and Frank's been involved in to an extent, is I've been creating a series of discussions around climate change in a place called Panmure House in Edinburgh, which is where Adam Smith, the founder of economics, started his work. And I just put up one of the 10 recommendations here, which is actually a more generic one for behavioral. And I think it could fit Africa if we go in, if it's supported, and that's to create a mission which involves a positive and transformative discussion and embed a community culture of climate and environmental action in the Africa people's mind, as well as in business and scientific practices. And you need to provide the public with accredited, intelligent, and interactive tools that allow them to assess the environmental information about their consumption. So I think there's a willingness globally to shift, to change our behavior, to react to the climate change drivers, but we need the evidence, we need things in our hands which allow us to understand that what we're consuming is sustainably sourced. We need to know if we really are moving towards a net zero carbon economy. And I actually believe that Africa can be an important driver in that, and the way Africa has jumped technology, for example, in the telephone culture, there's no reason why Africa can't jump technology now and actually take the lead in some of these areas for global future. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Professor John Ludden, who's a professor at the Heriot-Watt University, for taking us through that rather detailed and a very insightful presentation on climate change, environment, and minerals development. I appreciate that. And in our Q&A, I'll be drawing you back to the first two crucial aspects on the question of sustainability, because we need to discuss the question on climate change and the environment and how that speaks into sustainability, and how then that speaks into the knowledge aspect. So we'll be getting to that shortly in the Q&A. For now, I would like to invite Mr. Tom Ifson to engage us on the Sustainalytics project. Mr. Tom Ifson, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you for everyone on the call. It's a pleasure to be here. And I will now go into the most difficult part of my day, which will be correctly sharing my screen. And hopefully we are good to go now. Do we see sustainable finance presentation?
Yes, yes, we do.
Excellent. Yay. All right. We're off to a good start. So my role here at Sustainalytics is I am specifically covering Americas, so the entire Western Hemisphere from I always joke Alaska down to Argentina and everything in between. My background is in capital markets, and being here in Canada, obviously I have quite a bit of familiarity with mining and resources, both here and some projects in Africa. So I think this is a very important conversation, because there are a lot of great ambitions for watching this industry and this sectors expand. and obviously a lot of great programs to help the people and populations in these regions. And what I think is very relevant in this presentation is maybe suggesting ways that that can all be paid for, and whether it's by governments, municipalities, regional NGOs, development banks, or the mining and oil and gas companies themselves. Hopefully I can leave some insights as to what is happening. This is obviously a good panel to be on because of our focus on sustainability, but I'm going to speak on the financial side. And I do apologize if there's any background sound, as it's also breakfast time with toddlers at the same time. Sustainalytics, if it's worth just pointing out, just as an understanding, it's a much bigger company than I thought it was before we were acquired. But it's approximately 1,000 people, and we are the largest ESG rating firm in the world, giving ESG scores. Originally, that was just meant for publicly listed large companies. A lot of momentum behind this started in Europe over the last 30 years, as long as Sustainalytics has been around. But those ESG scores were basically sold to asset managers, money managers, so that they could begin to rate the stocks that they invest in. Since that time, a lot has progressed, which is evident everywhere you look right now on ESG is becoming more mainstream, or has become mainstream. But what a big part of our industry, of our company now does, is rate or verify the sustainability of the bonds and the financings that companies, governments, and different organizations are issuing. And that is, I would say, on any given day, a good 50 to 75% of my group, which is dealing with either issuers, companies, governments, and the banking teams that work in between. So I'll just pass on, go on to the next slide there. So I'm going to use my next 5-6 minutes just to familiarize everyone on what the process is and what is happening in sustainably themed financings and bonds, which I think would be a good thing for everyone to walk away with when they are thinking about where is the capital going to come from for a lot of these ambitions and plans that we're speaking here over the last 2 days. Sustainably themed bonds, this is just a quick slide to see what has been happening over the last little while. Whereas the date goes back here to 2013. Sustainably themed bonds started with green bonds. The principles and guidelines are governed by ICMA, as we'll call it the main market practice decider for what constitutes a green bond. But since then, that has moved to social bonds and mixed, and then sustainably linked as well. So you have your first couple of green bonds where a company would say, we're going to build a solar park or a wind farm. And that was a very straightforward, simple use of proceeds to raise financings for, and that would be considered a green bond. Fast forward to 2020, and we are getting into billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars of these, and they have become mainstream. And we are no longer looking at green or social. We are looking at hybrid and sustainably linked, which I will get into shortly. And just a quick Sustainalytics, we're the orange part of that circle at the bottom. We have opined and given our opinion on what qualifies, that these are qualified as green, social, and sustainably themed bonds. Largest in the market. We are by no means the only ones who do this. We just happen to be the largest provider. And we have done a few in Africa. We did do the sovereign bond for Ivory Coast, as well as a few other projects. So I'll move forward there. So we'll try and just familiarize everyone here so that they can go back to their respective roles and start thinking, who should we approach, which organizations, which companies could we bring in to work with if they were to issue a social bond or a sustainably linked bond or a green bond. Where could some of our programs and ambitions for improvement, where could they fit in with some of these companies? So this is basically what the process is not as onerous as one would think. Basically, they develop, the company or the issuer develops a framework which says this is what the use of proceeds, or this is what our KPIs will be. And then there is a information disclosure basically with our company and the banking firms. And in Africa, the regional South African banks are Nedbank, RMB, Standard Bank are quite active in this, as well as many global players in helping companies develop their framework. And then it comes to our company, it comes to our firm, and our project and research team review it, make sure that it aligns with the standard market principles for those 3 categories. And then there is a feedback period, and the whole process takes about 4 to 6 weeks. So it is not as onerous as one might think. The work involved in issuing the bond for straight financial reasons is still the majority of the effort, but deciding on what the use of proceeds are and the KPIs, and that's the difference between a sustainably linked bond and the most common predecessor, which are the use of proceeds bonds. Green bonds, social bonds are based on use of proceeds, where you ring fence what the money will be spent on, and you decide what those projects are in the framework, and then the bond gets raised, and then on an annual basis you report what was spent and what was accomplished. The sustainably linked bonds are based on KPIs, where you decide on metrics, and then the bond's performance is based on achieving those metrics, improvements, and then so I have some examples of that further down.
Amazing.
Yes.
Mr. Tom Everson, I'd like to request you to, in the interest of time, to wrap up in a minute or so that we can have a short Q&A after that. I hope that's okay.
Of course. This is basically what I just said. So I have in this presentation, which will be available to everyone, bonds in Africa for sustainability that have gone, that have been issued so far, and then the use of proceeds and KPIs that they have been involved with. Again, this is available for anyone. And then the next one is by mining and oil and gas. Obviously, these have not been at the forefront of sustainably themed financing, those sectors, but they are increasingly coming there, especially with the rise of social and sustainably linked, where it doesn't have to just be focused on the green aspect. But there are some stats there of what has happened in those sectors. And I believe this is about my last slide. So KPIs to consider, because even if you have a mining company to say, well, let's just do a social bond, market practice investors would be very wary or skeptical, because they would demand to focus on the environmental footprint. You could not just convince investors to focus only on the social. So there are some ideas of KPIs on sustainably linked, improving certain metrics on a social aspect instead of just a use of proceeds. So please, if I can leave anybody here that what was considered a green or social bond or sustainably linked bonds did not even exist 2 years ago. Social bonds were, again, really non-existent 2-3 years ago, and now they are the fastest growing segment of financings by companies and NGOs and sovereigns and municipalities. So I encourage everyone to put on your thinking caps, be creative, be innovative, and engage with those stakeholders to see if this could be a way to move projects forward. Thank you very much. That's it for me.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Tom Ibsen, Director for the America's Sustainable Finance Solutions, and for that presentation on the Sustainalytics project. And I would like now to, because our time is fast spent, I would like to move the virtual mic to Professor John Laden. Basically, in your presentation, just a brief Q&A. In your presentation, you alluded to the fact that Africa is the richest continent of mineral resource. And you alluded to the fact that much of the geological data is hidden, and the reason is that encourages intrinsic or internal investment. However, I want to see how we can draw a nexus between that and the idea of demystifying the African participation in the minerals value chain, and in this particular context, the question of a knowledge-based resource sector in Africa. How can we draw that nexus between the fact that data is hidden for those reasons, and yet we need to do the demystification of the African participation in the value chain? How do we draw that nexus in a minute or two, sir?
Yeah, difficult question. A good question, because it is one of the problems. So that basically, development of the resources by Africans and actually developing the data systems by Africans. So I guess there's number one is creating the capacity in your universities and in your surveys to actually do what is required, right? So and not relying on inward investment, not relying on European investment and such like to come and do that for you. So I think one of the most important things that you can do, and I would say probably regionally, is create hubs, university links that link with surveys and link with industry, that develop and link with data providing services, and try and find ways of actually making your data available and accessible. And I think that a lot of the mining of the future actually will be through artificial intelligence derived solutions to mining areas as well. So the more the data is out there, the more you can push artificial intelligence, the more you can push different certain models through the system.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor John Ladden. I would like to use the next 3 minutes, probably 1.5 of those, to move the virtual mic to Dr. Ofori Amposa. And I have a question on the WAXI 4 project, particularly on the question of capacity building, because we understand that if we're going to do any demystification or any cultivation in the knowledge-based minerals resource sector in Africa, we're going to have to look at capacity building, because the two fundamental factors that are at play, the capital bit and the human resource development, are capacity building. So how can the rest of Africa do a benchmark on how successful WAXI has been, and also probably create hubs for them that can sort of augment this discourse when it comes to the knowledge of African participation in the value chain? Dr. Prince Amposa, the floor is yours. Yes. In the next 1.5 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. I mean, with something like this, you need a lot of people to come at hand. I.e., for what WAXI has done is that we've been able to bring all the mining industries that are within West Africa together, because they have the money to drive this. We've also gone to the geological surveys, because they also own some of the data. And we brought all of these people into the situation, and then we brought the investee together, because the investees also have the knowledge to carry out whatever the surveys need and whatever the industries need. And not forgetting all of this, we've also pulled in the African in there, that is by way of students, because with these students, all these research that you are going to do will be done by the African student. And we've made available to them the instrumentation, the money to be able to move forward to do this. So, and I think we've replicated the same thing in South America, where we have what we call the SAXI. So we are trying to see, once we are able to talk to industries that are within the Central, Southern, and Eastern African end, I mean, this project we think would be an Africanized project, and we think in the next 20 years, it should be able to train as many Africans as possible within the value chain to help what is going on in terms of the minerals that we have.
All right. All right. Thank you so much, Prince Ofori Amposa, for that response. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my profound privilege to, I see Mr. Okalebo Brown is hitting me up on the time. Yes, I'm bringing this to a close. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for working with us in this panel discussion that we've been having on the knowledge-based mineral resource sector in Africa. And that, of course, is part of the bigger picture, the very essence of the MADI E-Convention, this particular year on the demystification of the African participation in the minerals value chain. Thank you so much. It's been my singular honor, and good afternoon. Mr. Okalebo Brown, back to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Howard. That was a very, very exciting session. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not even waste your time. For those of you who can stand up and take a quick breath of fresh air as we introduce our next session, I'm going to, Madam Shubra, are you on? If you can kindly switch on your mic and your video.
Yes, Mr. Okalebo, I'm here.
Oh, fantastic. Hi, Shubra, how are you?
I'm all right, how are you?
Very good, great. So I'm going to hand over the session to you. You can introduce the session to everybody and our moderators. So you can, as our moderator, you can introduce our panelists and we can move forward. So thank you very much, Shubra. The floor is yours now.
Thank you, Mr. Okalebo. Ladies and gentlemen, our beautiful audience, welcome to today's session. This is session 3 of the day, purpose of which is to demystify African participation in the minerals value chain. But particularly speaking, our session today, which is session 3, is going to be tackling questions of African minerals private sector, particularly the artisanal and small scale miners. Our panelists today, we're going to have 5 panelists, but we have Mr. Jacob Eyeru coming in a little late because he's engaged right now, service called, and he's in a meeting with the minister. However, we're going to proceed, tentatively, we're going to proceed with our panelists, and allow me to right away introduce the panelists. But before I start, allow me first introduce myself. My name is Naiga Shubra Kasozi. I'm your moderator for today's session. Yes, so our panelists today are 4. We have the beautiful Elizabeth Biarugaba from MADI. You're going to be hearing a lot about her. And I'll introduce each one of them as per their details as they come in to present to us. We also have Mr. Sabiti Joshua. We have Webi Banda, but also we have Jacob Eyeru, Mr. Jacob Eyeru. Yes, so before I proceed any further, I'd like to affirm, or rather confirm, that our panelists are present. Mr. Sabiti Joshua, are you here?
Very much
yes,
around.
I see you, yes. Do we have Elizabeth, Miss Elizabeth Biarugaba? Miss Elizabeth? Okay. Do we have Mr. Webi Banda? Webi Banda? Okay. Mr. Jacob Eyeru is not here, so I need to confirm that we have Miss Elizabeth Biarugaba, Mr. Webi Banda. We already have Mr. Sabiti Joshua. And Mr. Jacob Eyeru has already called in and he said he's going to be a little late. Mr. Okalebo, please assist me here. I don't see the panelists. Mr. Okalebo, could you assist me getting the panelists on the call?
Hello? I'm trying to do it.
I can hear you.
All right, you're on, Shubra.
We have our panelists now. Miss Elizabeth Biarugaba.
Yes, I'm having a challenge, but I'm with Joshua in the same room. So yes, we'll be able to go on.
So we have Joshua Sabiti and Miss Elizabeth Biarugaba using the same camera.
Quick solution.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Mr. Jacob Eyeru will be coming in late. So the last person I'm looking for is Mr. Webi Banda. Mr. Webi Banda. So as we wait for Mr. Webi Banda, yes, has Mr. Webi Banda come on the call? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, just for purposes of record, our panelists have mega presentations for us that are going to be brief, but rather detailed in the different fields that they've been able to interface with. Now, I like to start with the ladies, most especially because Miss Elizabeth Biarugaba is the only lady on this panel. So I'm going to start with introducing Miss Elizabeth Biarugaba. Miss Elizabeth Biarugaba is an interesting and very inspirational woman. Yes. She is a small-scale miner who has been in the sector for the last 7 years. So that means she has a lot of interest, but also experience in the mining sector. She first started out as a trader in sand and aggregates and is now into gold mining. Miss Elizabeth Biarugaba, please confirm with me if it's Mrs. or Miss. I don't want to.
Okay, call me Miss. Thank you.
Miss, yes. Miss Elizabeth Biarugaba also has a lot of interest in the area of artisanal and small-scale miners. She is an advocate for legalization of the same. As such, she's going to be very instrumental in as far as the topics that we're going to discuss today. Now, allow me relinquish the floor to Miss Elizabeth Biarugaba on the questions surrounding social, environment, and human rights in the artisanal and small-scale mining. Miss.
Hello.
Hello. Biarugaba, please take it away.
Thank you. My name is Elizabeth Biarugaba. I've been around the construction industry for a while now, first in development minerals for 5 years, and then coming to 5 years now in the gold mining, in the SM as a miner, and also advocating for artisanal miners, especially women. Artisanal miners, when I joined, I thought it was something that would be easy to catch up. Trust me, up to now, 5 years, I'm still trying to put my foot on the ground. It is a significant role in the global value chain of the mineral sector, but unfortunately, their laws aren't recognized. Much as the artisan and small-scale mining itself is an activity very, very legal, but it is frequently referred to as an informal economy, and all its activities are completely informal. So from where I operate from, much as it is very legal to mine, but you are actually in a fault in many times. The challenges that we face largely are always the legalization processes. Well, with the gold mining sector, things have improved a little. I'm talking about my country, Uganda here. I can't speak for my neighbors. I don't know the challenges they go through, but I've met several miners across Africa. We almost face the same challenges. I've talked to Judith in Tanzania. I've talked to a few friends in Burundi. We go through the same challenges. Most of the licenses that are around are for companies, foreign companies, those that present the potential to invest on a paper, which definitely artisanal don't. The other bigger challenge that we face in the sector is poor geoprospecting information. We always regard it as gamblers because at the end of the day, you just have to go poke holes all over, which is definitely costly, but it's the only way to go around it. The other challenge is the low recovery and low productivity due to our technology, due to our capacity to invest, our challenges with facing access to banking services and financial services. We, I must say, admit that we pose a challenge to the environment. I can't blame the environment. We're the ones who go around littering soil. We're the ones whose tailings are spilling in water bodies. And definitely, I say we because we're the one who do it. We're the ones exploiting the limited resources available in Africa. And definitely, we're not skilled. Mining has been here for years. All our grandparents are speaking about having mined. But up to now, it's unskilled labor. So many miners around the region face a challenge of investing. Our inability to invest is still a challenge. there is definitely forced labor. I can speak about the women in the northern Uganda as an example. As a wife, you're obliged to show up at a family business. You're obliged to contribute something, and you don't have a right to definitely demand for a pay. You're doing it for your family. There's child labor at the mine where I operate personally. As a license holder, I've tried with my team, my colleagues, to see that we can eliminate. But for the little times we interact with these kids, it's more like getting rid of them is like getting rid of a source of livelihood for all and a family of almost 5. Important to note is that ASM ensures the existence of 150 million people across the globe in over 120 countries. These children, the ones who've met, they've presented their cases, they've given us how they benefit from the mining and how they're able to balance schools. We've discussed among ourselves, how do we just get rid of these kids and send them back home without a plan of them going back to school? The challenges that miners face have solutions that are entirely not just about the players who are on the ground, but also the regulators, the interministerial bodies. There's a whole multi-stakeholder group has got to come up to sort out the challenges that artisanals face. And again, I am speaking from what I understand about my own country. I don't know what others go through. There is a need, an urgent need for an immediate decision to act on mercury usage across the ASM sector. There is need to research and approve mercury-free technology in order for lives to be saved. One of the biggest challenge in the mine is always the loss of livelihood. The risks involved in the short term, in the long term, there are debris falling all over, there are open pits left behind.
Ms. Biarugawa? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Shubra.
Yes, our time is a little fast spent in as far as the presentation. Let's reserve some of this information for the Q&A session. Is that all right? Thank you so much. I could give you a minute to summarize.
I will give the camera to my colleague, Joshua, who is supposed to add on the same very topic, if you permit.
Thank you, Ms. Elizabeth Biarugawa. Allow me first introduce Mr. Sabiti to the audience, and then let's have him come in after that. Mr. Sabiti, Joshua, allow me or give me the honors to introduce you to our audience. Just a little details about you, but also I am well aware that you have a very unique story that you're going to tell us today. So our dear audience, Mr. Sabiti Joshua is a Ugandan entrepreneur and the founder and owner of the Chogo magazine. He is also the father to a company of Stonecraft, a stone cutting and finishing enterprise that adds value to stones, locally collected from all over Uganda. He has developed market chains locally and all over East Africa as a region. He is a successful entrepreneur, and his successful entrepreneurship model is one that we would all love to find out about and learn from. But before I call you in and hand you the microphone, Mr. Sabiti, allow me also try to give us a few parameters or scope of your discussion in as far as today's session is concerned. As we can see that our topic has 4 facets. In particularly, we are very interested in hearing from you about health and safety issues in as far as the mining sector is concerned. We understand that the mining sector is characterized with a lot of unskilled labor and informal employees, just like Ms. Elizabeth Gaba has pointed out, and it has proved to be a little rather unsafe for the employees and other people. So Mr. Sabiti, allow me to hand over the virtual microphone to you to give us a discussion in the same direction in the next 7 minutes, but also give us your story. I thank you, Mr. Sabiti.
Thank you so much. Sabit Joshua is my name, and I did a marketing course for a profession, but then I find myself cutting stone for a living. It's a job that I have done for about 12 years now. And yes, we do source our raw materials from small scale artisanal miners. We cut principally about 11 types of rocks, among which you have granite, marble, sandstone, lava stone, basalt, kaolin, all of them littered within Uganda. And these materials, we cut them to a shape and size and design that is predetermined by the customer, but some of which designs we evolved ourselves. These are merely for beautification of properties, be it domestic properties or commercial properties. They grace the floors and the walls of properties. Later on, I will be taking you around my facility to show you exactly what it is like, because you could be wondering how we cut or how we put them on walls. But yes, to your point, the areas where we mine these materials, the health and safety is of great concern to any. If you took a proper health and safety expert to a mine where we get one of these raw materials, I'm sure he would get a heart attack. It's not the best, but there are conditions that have driven these artisanal miners to do exactly what they do. Chiefly is looking for livelihood. So a particular part, but there is hope even when all this is being done, because we're doing it as a business and as a social enterprise. We go ahead and teach these people how to take care of themselves or their health. So, and the particular resources that we look for are normally designated to produce a certain type of stone or specification of a stone or a product. So for that matter, we don't deal with all of them. We go in a particular quarry, we look for an individual, he becomes our supplier. Now, our suppliers have been with us for the youngest time that I can remember is 6 years. So we don't normally change suppliers, whether a bit in the east or the west or northeast in Karamoja where we get the marble. These guys, we have been with them for quite a long time. Now, the success stories are there because these same suppliers that we deal with, the way we got in touch with them is not the way they are at the moment. At least you can see some source of improvement in as far as they are concerned. But back at the cottage where we do prepare these products to become sellable products, then we have youth. Like for instance, Chogo Mazinga employs now about 45 youth, the ones who are gainfully employed to work in the cottage to produce the raw material to the finished product. And then we have skilling sessions where we do have stone masons who then apply the stones onto the buildings that we have sourced as our market. So these same gentlemen, the way they come to us is not the way they are, because they are trained, first of all, in enterprise development. So a gentle person looks at himself as a business, and then you develop him to do business by giving him skills, and then he continues to do to be employed, as he takes care of his family and himself as well. Now, Chogo Mazinga, these are the kind of products that we do. I'll take the camera in the showroom so that I can show you. This is, for instance, a wall which has marble, amphiborite, and schist. And then we display. Now, customers come in our showroom. It's a job that we have done for 12 years, remember I have told you. And customers look at these materials, and then we sell all our materials in units of square meters and or kilograms. For instance, if are processed to make pebble stones, which pebble stones are used for beautification of compounds. This, and because of hearing the cries of the market, we have made fiberglass. Bathroom. Okay, all development with the marble tops, murals. This was painted, but no, it is stone, but made out as it's a journey which I have told you, and all this time I have been training as an artisan as well, because then I live a life of a stonemason as well, in order for me to be able to punctuate what activities I do as a stonemason with business as well. So it's a job that is difficult to handle, but because of the of financing, we are still small in nature, but improving. Now, I also ask myself why the problems in financing, but chiefly they are there because the banks don't look at us in a commercial sense, or they think we are small, we are not bankable. Whenever they come to our cottage, they think we are not easy to bankroll, and then we are just left at the mercy of the customers, who will then give us the money in order for us to do the development. Now, to develop with customers' money is a bit difficult, but sometimes we save enough, or there are some manufacturers who are able to look at us and give us machinery in the hope that we shall pay. And for these guys, we call them development partners. Myself, Ochogo Mazinga, has been looking into manufacturers out there in Europe who give us equipment on credit, and then you pay after a period of time. And from Italy and from Holland specifically. And that's our story.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Sabiti. We already have Mr. Webby Banda on the call, and I will not waste any more time. Allow me just give you a few details about Mr. Webby Banda. Mr. Webby Banda, you're welcome on the call. You're going to be taking us through the very essential aspect of linking artisanal and small-scale miners to fiscal policy, which is a very essential topic. Mr. Webby Banda is a senior researcher at the Center for Trade Policy Development, currently heading the Extractives Desk. Mr. Webby Banda Added to this is also a lecturer in engineering at the University of Zambia. He holds a Bachelor of Mineral Sciences and a Master of Mineral. It's a lot to do with his education, but just for experience spread across mining operations. Now, with this very rich background coming in from Mr. Webi Banda, we request that he goes ahead and takes up the microphone in the aspect of linking artisanal and small-scale miners to fiscal policy. Mr. Webi Banda, take it away.
So thank you very much for having me. As already introduced, my name is Webi Banda. I'll be sharing with you the formalization experience of the artisanal small-scale mining sector in sub-Saharan Africa, particularly the case of Zambia. Of course, discussion is centered around four main issues. The first being the drivers for formalization. Secondly, the constraints to formalization. And thirdly, the solution that can be deployed to resolve the formalization challenge. And lastly, the formalization model of the artisanal small-scale gold mining sector, a case study of Zambia. So for many years now, the mining sector actually has been the mainstay of Zambia's economy. It accounts for over 14% of the gross domestic product and 70% of the export earnings. And the sector also contributes substantially to employment and domestic revenue generation. Zambia, I must mention that Zambia is richly endowed with a vast amount of mineral resources within its geographical confines. And it's unfortunate that copper in itself has dwarfed the exploitation of other mineral resources, which include gold, manganese, and industrial minerals. But it's very appealing that the government has identified artisanal small-scale mining as a potential means of actually maximizing the economic benefit of the Zambian people from the extractive sector. So talking about the drivers of formalization, it's important to mention that vast activity within artisanal small-scale mining in the informal economy. And of course, this poses a challenge for donors and regulators who wish to support the sector. Therefore, it is important that this sector is organized so as to provide a platform in which support can be channeled. So the major drive to formalize the artisanal small-scale mining sector really is to improve its condition and that of the people who depend on it. So, and secondly, artisanal small-scale mining sector, once formalized, provides a source of revenue for the government, enabling it to discharge its social function. However, it's also important to note that formalization of the artisanal small-scale mining based on economics is slowly diminishing with sub-Saharan governments, and this can be attributed to three main reasons. The first one being that governments are preoccupied with developing and extracting revenue from foreign financed large-scale mining enterprises. And secondly, there's continued coverage and public awareness of the problems in the artisanal small-scale mining sector. But lastly, there's a recognition by government of the enormity of the sector's formalization challenge. So thirdly, it's also important to be cognizant of the fact that formalization also provides a platform for governments to better manage the negative impacts of artisanal and small-scale mining. Coming to the constraints of formalization, there are several constraints to formalization. The first being the high fiscal burden. Not just taxation, but the fiscal regime being excessive in its nature. So we must appreciate the fact that if the fiscal burden is too high, artisanal and small-scale miners will shy away from stepping into the formal space in fear of their hard-earned production being taxed away. In most cases, there is a linear relationship between the tax rate and informality. So as the average effective tax rate of the sector increases, you expect informality to actually increase because these artisanal small-scale miners will definitely shy away from stepping into this formal space. So there's need for the government actually to craft a sector-specific tax regime for the mining sector. Another constraint of formalization worth noting in the context of Zambia is that the Mines and Minerals Development Act, number 11 of 2015, does not differentiate between large-scale and small-scale mining players. Hence, this is viewed and favorable to the artisanal small-scale mining sector. I must bring it to your attention that the artisanal small-scale mining sector and the large-scale mining sector have the same taxation regime. And so many times NGOs have made a clarion call for the government to craft a sector-specific tax regime to help grow the sector. Secondly, the other constraint to formalization, of course, is the perceived low benefits of being in the formal space. In most cases, artisanal small-scale mining operators do not see the benefit of being in the formal space, and they would rather continue in the informal space. And the next issue, which is critical as a constraint of formalization, is the bureaucracy and the high cost of obtaining mining licenses. For you to obtain a mining license, you have to sort of undertake the environmental impact assessment, which is of course essential, but the process of actually deploying that application to the ministry and waiting for that response, it takes too much time, and that in itself is a hindrance of the artisanal small-scale miners stepping into the formal space. Then the next issue, which is also critical, is the lack of technical and financial knowledge. I must bring to attention that formalization cannot exist if artisanal small-scale miners hello?
Yes, hello. Thank you so much for that presentation, most especially into the area of fiscal, but also you have extended further to show us the loopholes that exist in the mining sector in Zambia, yes, which is very insightful. Thank you so much for that. Right now, we need to proceed to the Q&As coming in. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, feel free to type in the chat box in case you have particular questions going to our panelists. But Mr. Jacob Beyeru is absent with apologies. National service called and he had to be available. So let's move straight away into the Q&As. And I'm going to start with Miss Elizabeth Biarugaba. Miss Elizabeth Biarugaba really showed us and gave us insights into the mining sector, but specifically for women and miners, showing the disadvantaged position that these women sometimes and miners are pushed into. They're pushed into a corner. She gave us insights into aspects of the social environment, but as well as issues of the economic factors that come in play. We are well aware that in most mining grounds, the employees, most especially the children, the miners, as well as the women, they're usually paid very little money, yes? I don't know, what do you have to say about the whole payment system in the mining sector? That's one. But two, you made mention of the fact that children benefit from the mining. How do we juxtapose this mining by the children with the fact that children need to stay in school? Do you then want to tell us that it's important that children are paid more money such that they can be mining instead of going to school? Please do give us a few insights in that direction as we continue in the Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sobra. Of course, I would never, ever, ever want a child in the mine. It's highly risky. They are falling debris. There is a lot of mercury around. It's not an area for a child. But unless there are strong regulatory means of getting rid of kids in the mines, they are exploited by older people. They will hang around their parents. They will argue they're doing it around unless there is an action taken on child labor. When it comes to less pay, the miners are largely informal. They lack the capacity to negotiate for a better pay, especially those employed by companies. Companies will always present their own reasons of taxation and high costs of production. And the other miners that literally know that they are not legally registered to operate in the mines get to think that that's what they are worth, that actually they are being favored for the less pay they're getting. That is something that definitely goes back to companies, that definitely goes back to employers and associations. Usually for the few that have come up with created associations, they've always negotiated for better pay. An example are the women in mining, which we are working out something with MADI. They're improving their working conditions. Thank you, Sobra.
Thank you so much for that response, Ms. Biarugaba. Yes, thank you for those insights. I hope that as you are moving towards women in mining, you take cognizance of factors that are natural, such as the fact that all of them go into their period every month, and some think it's discriminatory not to let them into the mines. Such aspects are very controversial. Allow me move on to the next panelist in as far as questions, and that would be Mr. Sabiti Joshua. Yes, Mr. Sabiti Joshua gave us a very good insight into health and safety issues. Thank you also so much for showing us around the workspace. It looks amazing, by the way. But now into questions of health and safety, mining, most especially for you, Mr. Sabiti, in your business, your line of business, you do a lot of stone cutting, I noticed. That in itself exposes the workers to so many potentially occupational hazards. So, Mr. Sabiti, I don't know how that is actually curbed, most especially because of the fact that you will notice that Ms. Biarugaba made mention of the fact that negotiating power is very low for people in the informal sector. As such, in the mining sector where we have so many informal employees, the employment laws don't protect them because we have the Occupational Health and Safety Act. But to what extent then do people like yourself interact with the miners to the extent of their health and safety?
You see, first and foremost, at the factory, it is very, very compulsory for any worker to have safety gear as he operates the machines. That is at our factory. And secondly, we do pay according to the work that a particular person has been allotted to. For instance, I told you earlier on that we pay using units, we sell using units of square meters and kilograms. So I know that I pay these guys very well. And because of that, before we introduced enterprise development, they used to go away. You pay a gentleman for 30 days and you pay him about 2 million shillings. So they would go away and start other businesses, chiefly borders. It's only when we started educating them that we decided that the retention became we realized some retention which is very good at the moment. We retain workers, but then the problems are in the quarries where we source raw materials. I would agree with Elizabeth that for people who are not regulated, it's very, very difficult to tell the job that, you know, you must have safety wear. That's health and safety is very crucial in as far as his life is concerned. I know, for instance, a quarry here in Uganda where people have suffered from cirrhosis as a result of not putting on nose masks. I know because health workers have reported the same, and you can see. So it's important, especially in the area presentation. I'm aware what Vincent Kedi was talking about. When the government regulates this, and it comes down to a particular society, a particular community where mining is taking place, and they see to it that regulation is being implemented, and then lives are saved in as far as health is concerned. Salaries are paid very well in as far as the economic conditions are concerned. But as it stands at the moment, it's a very sorry state of affairs in those quarries. It's about regulation and it's about community cohesion in order to solve these problems. These problems are solvable. They are very solvable.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sabiti Joshua, for the insights. We do recognize that mining sector is rather very informal, and there's a lot to be done in as regards regulation. That means the legal regime should be geared towards protecting both the miners, but as well as the people who link the miners to the buyers, to the outside world, but also to other regions of the country. Allow me move straight to the gentleman who helped us dissect the concept of fiscal policies, linking them to artisanal small-scale miners. We're talking about artisanal small-scale miners particularly because they're a special group of people, yes, and matters of fiscal policy, in as however much they may not clearly be put out for them, they affect them in one way or another. So the question that goes to you, actually I have two questions for you, Mr. Webibanda. The first question is, what's the legal regime like in Zambia in as far as artisanal small-scale miners? I don't know if you know about how Uganda operates here. We have laws in as regards mining. We have PSMs that govern the companies that contract other national companies for mining. But the question is, what's the legal regime like in Zambia? That's one. But secondly, are the miners, most especially the artisanal small-scale miners, accounted for in as far as fiscal policy is concerned? Yet we have already made mention earlier from our panelists that the monies that are paid are wee bits that are given to the miners themselves. So do join us in that conversation, Mr. Webibanda. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Answering your first question, what is the legal regime like in Zambia? I must bring it to your attention that the principal act that governs the mining sector in Zambia is the 2015 Mines and Minerals Development Act number 11. Number 11. So if you look at this act, it does not differentiate between large-scale and small-scale mining operators. And to that extent, this legal regime really, in terms of the act, is seen as unfavorable on the part of artisanal and small-scale mining operators. And this is why, over the years, as CTPD, we've made a clarion call to the government to organize, or rather sort of fine-tune the act to speak to the needs of the artisanal and small-scale mining sector, because we view this as a very distinct a sector that needs a sector-specific attention. Then secondly, you asked the question, is the ASM accounted for in the fiscal regime? As I pointed out earlier, the current mining fiscal regime, okay, does not differentiate between small-scale and large-scale mining operators. For instance, if you talk about small-scale players in the copper mining sector, they have a sliding scale mineral royalty, and this is not distinct from the one which is an application with regards to large-scale mining operators. So they are not accounted for in the fiscal regime, because as CTPD, we believe that if you're looking at the artisanal small-scale mining sector, and if you want to grow it, you must create a sector-specific tax regime that has a reduced tax rate. By doing so, you encourage more formalization, and that in itself will actually increase the tax base of the government. I must mention that it's not how deep you cast the net, but how wide. So reduce the taxes, let more of these artisanal small-scale miners step into the formal space, and that itself will increase revenue generation on part of the government. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the response, Mr. Webibanda. We were supposed to have Mr. Jacob Eyeru discussing the aspect of youth, and I find it very relevant. I don't know if any one of the panelists is willing to make mention or make a comment about the same, because I'll speak about Uganda in particular. The youth in Uganda have a demographic advantage. To that effect, in all sectors, they seem to be dominating, but as they are dominating, it's like they are coming from the behind, they are lagging from the back. I have noticed that Mr. Jacob Eyeru is here. In the very last few minutes that we have, Mr. Jacob Eyeru, please dissect for us the aspect of the role of the youth in Africa's mineral resource development, having taken cognizance of the fact that the mineral sector is one that can be harnessed in Africa to be able to put us at the global platform and bargain more equitably. Mr. Jacob Eyeru, I will not introduce you for purposes of time, But yes, Mr. Jacob Ayeru is the National Youth Council President who's running in his reign between 2020 and 2025. Mr. Jacob Ayeru, please take it away.
Thank you, Shubra, and apologies. State duties here prevented me from joining this earlier, and I can imagine how much of a great deal I have missed. But I am more than happy that I have gotten a chance to make intervention on a question on which I'm so passionate. I'll start here. That Africa's loss to illicit trade is literally a conversation about loss in mineral trade. We have so much we lose in mineral trade that if you were to translate it into some sort of official tracked financial flow, you would have literally solved about 50% of financing needs for Africa's youth startups and youth employment questions. In sub-Saharan Africa alone, the amount of illicit trade that comes from just one country, the eastern part of the DRC, could solve literally the financing needs for the DRC's youth population in terms of startup capital. And so for me, the conversation on minerals is a conversation that minerals and young people is a conversation that is one, strategic, but two, is of great significance to how we intend to define the future for Africa. I feel like minerals in Africa have for long represented a status of access to external players. The biggest mining companies in Africa are not African-owned. In countries where you would think Africa is showing economic progress, like South Africa, the mineral sector will take you home. In other words, you will find that of all the gold mines in South Africa, all the diamond mines, less than 10% of all those mines are owned by Black people. The first person to own a gold mine in South Africa, Black person, was Nelson Mandela's grandson. So it had to take someone of that stature. The idea really is that if we can gather ourselves onto understanding how to structure the mineral sector and have good regulation of the mineral sector, we might just as well be answering the question of Africa's needs and our young populace being into opportunities that would go beyond the current financial capacity to meet. And so for me, one, regulation from illicit transaction, illicit trade in the mineral sector would position Africa then as a critical player. But two, we need to, and I found, I think Banda, it was, the speaker just before I came on, spoke very passionately to the needs of the small-scale mining sector. And I felt that that is exactly where you can speak to Africa's young people. Almost all the mines of open cast nature, whether it is mining gold or diamonds on open cast nature, are really young people, in some cases even child labor being employed. The mines that are in the fines of the Casamance in Senegal, or the mines that are down south in Botswana, or even the mines here in our country in Uganda that are doing open cast mining, have a big problem of having a very malnourished, very impoverished population doing the mining, but the age group is identifiable as young people. For me, the necessity then is to say, how do we make this mining meaningful to these countries? In other words, how do we build up a value chain of the mining sector in Africa through capacity? And for me, my challenge is that it is not the conversation that our governments are having. Our governments at policy level, at interstate level, whether it's the African Union or it's COMESA or it's ESC, are not having critical conversations about the management of the mineral sector. And the translation is that you leave it to cartels and cabals. The cartels are people who work within big security agencies, and then eventually you have these few very rich people at the expense of the African population. I think it is also a question of the interest of Africa's state actors. And for me, that is a question that we have long been having. Where is the heart? Where is the will of Africa's political elite with regard to the African population. Today, we can ask with regard to the young people, because the population of Africa is entirely young. If we can answer that in the affirmation of for the future of Africa, then we might begin taking a step towards what we think is the right production of minerals, what we think is the right production of even other things like timber, routes that would not have identified, whether it's in integration modules and so on. So for me, that really is what is important to have a conversation about. And finally, therefore, I think that if we can organize our house as Africa and put first at a regional level, continental level, strategies for management of mineral resources. For example, we have the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative that protects us from oil exploitation, and the African countries there. And I can tell you that for some African countries, that is the only thing between them and an apocalypse of oil corruption. If we can have such initiatives for all nature of minerals, and that there is a requirement to have validation studies of what countries are doing with their mineral studies at a continental level, then we are moving towards addressing a population-focused mineral sector for the benefit of the entire population. I couldn't care less how many very rich people are going to invest there if I know that for sure and for certain, there is good enough policy to ensure that whoever goes there, I am benefiting. Finally, the contracts that are granted are not contracts that you would think advantage the African population. But I understand that there is a dynamic balance of technological capacity. If Africans do not have the technological capacity to exploit their mineral resources, African governments should also go as far as saying, how do we get a balance in negotiating capacity? Because where you are coming in handicapped, you cannot exploit your gold, you can't exploit because you can't mine your diamond, you can't mine your copper, you can't mine your steel, iron ore. When you can't do that, and you come to negotiate alone, and African countries negotiate in their independence, you find one single company is doing negotiations with independent countries, and they're taking advantage of us. So if Africans can negotiate as blocks, that would be very welcome. I thank you, and unfortunately, I cannot go further because of our time schedule. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eyeru. You have given us an outstretched bargain for Africa to save the youth of Africa in as far as the mineral sector is concerned. That was very insightful. I cannot add anything further to that. We have 6 minutes to conclude this discussion. There's been a question coming in from the public as to whether there is a role that corporate social responsibility plays in as far as involving and engaging the local communities. I understand that it must have been Ms. Elizabeth Biarugaba who made mention. It was rather Mr. Sabiti Joshua who made mention of that aspect of corporate social responsibility, because he also made mention that his company is one that pursues both the social benefits of his company, but also the economic aspect of it. So if you could just make mention of a few comments around that area, and then all our panelists can say goodbye to us in the next 5 minutes. I'll start with you, Mr. Sabiti Joshua, after whom we shall have Ms. Biarugaba Elizabeth, after whom we shall have the Honorable Jacob Eyeru, who will also be saying bye-bye to us in the very few minutes that are left, and the other panelists.
Oh, thank you so much. For me, the time I have tried to do social responsibility, in fact, it was narrowing to safety wear, but because probably I didn't do some things right, I specifically targeted one community of miners, and we gave them gumboots and helmets and gloves. But when somebody invited me to attend a party, still within the same community, they had not put on the boots in the quarry, but they put them on in the party itself. So it's because maybe our approach was not right, but because it should have been followed before we deliver the safety wear, we should have done some bit of education. But it works because principally you must follow it with some bit of education before it can, and communities evolve. There are some very nice stories surrounding all this, and they are there, they are visible. So, but it's all about education. It's either education or education, and nothing else. Secondly, as we sign off, I thank you. I thank most especially Dr. Frank Mujenyi and the MADI community. I thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sabiti. Can we have Ms. Biarugaba say a few words and bye to us? We have 3 minutes. Ms. Biarugaba, then we shall have Mr. Webi Banda. Mr. Jacob Eyeru has really taken up enough minutes to make his point. He will be the last one in the last second to say bye-bye. Ms. Biarugaba, are you there?
Yeah, I think my network had gone off. Thank you so very much. A lot of credit goes to MADI. Thank you. We appreciate all that you put in for the sector. Mr. Chairman, Frank Mujenyi, thank you very much. With all the effort put in place, one day Africa will not be just a source for raw materials. We hope one day we will have our materials added value onto around. We hope one day we'll have our own markets. We hope one day our prices will not be set in London for our own materials. We hope a time will come when African leaders get to appreciate that mining is not just for politics, but for the future of the next generation. And Subra, thank you so very much. And everyone attending, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Biarugaba. Let's have Mr. Webi Banda.
So in my closing remarks, I just want to mention that artisanal small-scale mining is here to stay. And it continues to be a source of hope for many that cannot get jobs in the formal sector. And therefore, it's important that this sector is developed to initiate economic development and poverty reduction in Africa at large. So achieving this, of course, will require synergic efforts among different stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Hello, I think we've lost Mr. Jacob Eyeru, but he did make a good point about the youth and about the potential of Africa to move forward in as far as the mineral sector is concerned, if our governments have the political will to bargain better, but also to empower the young people in the mineral sector. I have been your moderator and host today, Naiga Shubra Kasozi. It's been a lovely time with you, our panelists. Mr. Webi Banda, amazing facts they are coming in from you. Miss Elizabeth Biarugaba has posited very good experiences coming in from the women and children. We've had Mr. Jacob Eyeru, who has an insightful speech for us in as regards the youth, but also Africa at large in its potential in the minerals sector. We've also had our amazing panelist, Mr. Sabiti Joshua, who has given us an honorable tour of his business. And it has been amazing being with you all. Have a lovely evening. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Shubra, for that. For an amazing session. Thank you to our guests, Joshua and the team as well, and Madame Elizabeth, for just taking us through that session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to our last session for the day, which is going to be moderated by one Mr. Sam Okot. Sam, if you can hear me, you can kindly switch on your camera and your microphone.
Okay. Hello.
To the session.
Hello, do you get me well?
Oh yes, we can, definitely. Hello, Sam.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, how are you? All right, now
okay, great.
Final session for the Madini Convention 2021, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown, for your wonderful work and for the amazing speakers. I'm so glad that we had Jacob Ayeru say something right before this session, because I think it was a great precursor right there for us in terms of what we're going to be discussing. In this room, several generations of people, and there's no doubt that the young people hold the energy and muscle to take a lot of our dreams, as spoken about in this room, to bring it into reality, to bring it into fruition. So we intentionally put this session last because it's a call to action to the lot which we believe has the most energy in the room, the best opportunities in the room, to be able to execute everything that we have talked about in this conversion today. Today, I will be moderating a few amazing young people from all over Africa. Firstly, I'll just run through their names. We have Nyokabi Waweru, who is the President or CEO of Youth Advocacy Program Africa. This is an Africa-wide body with several chapters all over the continent. We have Mr. Nwobodo Emmanuel, who is the President of Federation of African Law Students. This is the body that oversees all law students on the continent. We have Mr. Segawa Ivan Sebastian, who is the East African Youth Ambassador to Uganda. This is part of the East African community, so he represents the youth at that platform. We also have Mr. Brian Ochen. He's an award-winning writer, winner of the Amartya Sen Global Prize, and a lot of other things, amazing things that he has done, but I'll be getting back to him over those. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for staying with us, and we urge you to stay on, and as we build a conversation around putting energy or funneling ideas into the young people, so that we are able to propel ourselves into the people that Africa needs over the next 40 or 50 years. So I will just check with the speakers. Segawa Ivan, I see you there. Could you unmute and say hello in a few seconds? Ivan, unmute.
My name is Segawa Ivan Sebastian. I don't know whether I am clear. My internet is communicating that it is unstable, a challenge that we clearly need to address as a continent. But I'm excited to join the young people and the conversations around mining. Thank you.
Nice to have you on board, Sebastian. I think we also have Brian Collins with us in the room.
Hello, Sam. Can you get me clearly?
Yes, I get you clearly.
All right. So my power connection has just gotten a little bit of an interruption. So I may need to relocate, like I was saying, Brown did. I may need to relocate to an outside setting, but it's such a pleasure to be here. I thank you for having me, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Okay, the discussion also has Mr. Nwobodo. Is Mr. Nwobodo already in? Okay, and Nyokabi Waweru. Okay, I don't see them on the list, so I will ask Raymond, technical team, to please to panelists to make sure they're in for this very important discussion. So, ladies and gentlemen, with us is Brian Ochen. Brian, I would like to start this conversation with you. Brian is a winner of the Amartya Sen Global Prize 2019. Very interesting title to that. When the hunters learn to shoot without missing, the birds learn to fly without patching. It was focusing on judicial cooperation on combating artificial profit shifting as a component of illicit financial flows in Africa. This is a very important part, which we need to scratch much more in these conversations that we are having around minerals, because as we have said, we lose a lot of money unnecessarily, which could solve a lot of social problems. Brian is also a recipient of the Yale University Academy Award, and is also of specialship. So Brian, you're welcome to have you. And we look forward to hearing from you right now, maybe a little bit of light in something that I want to discuss. We know that you know, the world keeps changing. In one life, there are over 3 generations, and it's time for, you know, the new generation of Africa to take up opportunities. This decade presents a new opportunity, or as usual, we are at the start of the 2020s. But you know, a lot of the goals of organizations keep saying 20. We look forward to having thoughts in this decade. Not just that, but now we have COVID. Okay, thank you so much. Are you with me?
Yes, Sam.
Yes. So, Brian, could you just throw more light into the opportunities for young people, given the new decade, given the new blank sheet of paper given to us by COVID.
Oh, thank you, Sam.
And would really love to listen from you.
Oh, thank you so much, Sam. And again, my apologies. My power connection just got an interruption. I think like Ivan suggested, perhaps it's one of the other things that we should deal with as a continent. The energy sector does form an umbrella over the mineral industry. So, Sam, thank you so much for the introduction. And just before I proceed, I would like to just say it's such an honor to be part of this. I'm always reminded of the story of the man who took his mule to the Kentucky Derby. He was asked a question whether he expected his mule to win. And he said, well, no, I don't expect my mule to win, but look at the company that my mule will be in. So in the same light, I feel really humbled to be in the company of all the amazing speakers that have graced this conference. And I just dig right into what you were saying, Sam, about the opportunities for the young people. And I would like to just say something about what I would refer to as both the hopes and the impediments in the mineral sector that the young people should perhaps look at and focus on. First of all, there's no doubt that the mineral sector presents a huge opportunity for economic development in Africa. You know, in a world where globalization has characterized economic growth, Africa is constantly attracting foreign direct investment as well as foreign portfolio investment through its resources and that sort of thing. I'll give an example. The oil sector contributes to 50% of the foreign direct investment into Africa. So there's no doubt about the opportunities, but with globalization also comes its challenges. And one of those challenges is really the bad face of capitalism, as what some writers have referred it to, or the Achilles heel of capitalism, as Raymond Baker has referred it to before. That is not to demonize capitalism in any way, but as we transact business with one another, each of us is self-seeking in some nature. And when when a lot of the private international oil companies and mineral companies come in, there's always a push and pull with the host governments on how to divide the risk and the reward of these proceeds. And with globalization, challenges such as formal arbitrage and the ability for multinationals to use arbitrage and get involved in some of these unacceptable business practices, such as very aggressive tax avoidance schemes, or even in some cases going as far as tax evasion, is a real impediment for the mineral sector in Africa. And that's something that I would like the youth to really focus on. I would like the youth to be able to pay attention to some of the global challenges that a global community is presenting us with. In Uganda here, we have we firsthand experienced the potential of artificial profit shifting, which was a theme on my paper that you talked about, when Heritage Oil and Gas tried to avoid $400 million US, in fact, $467 million US in taxes. Now that may seem like a small sum, but at that time, that was 2011, that's an amount that is equivalent to the health budget of Uganda at that time. So these are global challenges that the youth should look at. But that's just one challenge. That's the external challenge that we face when we're attracting companies to come and take part in the mineral resource sector. We have the other challenge, which is the internal challenge of governance. And I'll give an example of the oil sector where I'm more competent to talk about. A lot of countries in Africa operate a rent sharing regime known as the PCA, the Production Sharing Agreement regime, where really costs are divided between the oil companies and the host governments, and profit oil is shared between the two once costs have been dealt with. But something I would just like you to really take into consideration is that a lot of the profit oil allocation is on a sliding scale basis. So in Uganda, for instance, you will have the government take up to 65% or even up to 70% of the profit oil, and the other 30% will belong to the oil company. Of course, the government will tax that oil, profit oil of the company. But the reason I'm bringing this up is that 70% of the profit oil that is handled by that is government share, is handled by the national oil company. And a lot of times we are so focused also on the external threat, which is existent. There's no doubt about that. A lot of countries, Uganda inclusive, have applied a dawa ya nimoto approach in their rent sharing regimes. That is to say, the antidote to fire is fire. If you're going to try and rob from us, we are going to be aggressive as well and create systems that can, safeguard our mineral resources. And that's a positive step. But we must not also ignore the internal challenges. And we must look and say, how is the 70% of cost oil going to be managed by UNOC, the national oil company? We know that 78% of global oil reserves today are controlled by national oil companies, and about 58% of oil production is being controlled by national oil companies. And the percentage that the national oil companies control is a lot. So we must ask young people must be aware and must demand for transparency within the national settings of that with regard to the management of those oil resources and other mineral resources. I like what Angelo Izama writes. Angelo Izama writes and says that he gives an example of some of the impetus for corruption and mismanagement of mineral resources on the continent. He says that it's really driven by, this corruption is driven, the uptick in corruption is driven by not just a greed, but a fear the political class about the political transitions that usually herald their existence. And so he says, and I'll put this in English or in simple terms to everybody, what Angelo Zaman says is that a lot of times the political class their corruption is driven by not just greed, but also fear. That once these coming political transitions do occur, the control of mineral resources is going to be shifted to another person. So what I really want to task the young people to focus on is, one, transparency. Look at the internal challenges of management of mineral resources, and we must demand for transparency. But we must also not be naive. We must also focus on the external challenges, which is the challenges that the companies that we are dealing with, the business partners that we are dealing with, pose. So lastly, I will just say that how can this all be done? I think the young people need to fold their sleeves and get involved in the knowledge economy. The knowledge economy is the way to go. If we bring a lot of these discussions into the mainstream knowledge economy, it's going to go a long way in affecting the policies that the leaders make. And so I would just like to emphasize again, as I hand it back over to you, Sam, that the knowledge economy is where the young people should begin to invest a lot of their energy. We know, with technological developments, a lot of young people are so taken up in the world of technology, which is a brilliant thing, social media and the like. But we must also harness the potential to leverage the knowledge economy and make these debates mainstream. And I think it's a huge opportunity for the young people to participate in a meaningful way in the mineral resource sector. So over to you, Sam, and looking forward to more questions.
Oh, thank you so much. I had to adapt. My gadget was having a bit of an issue, so I'll be joining in from right here. Thank you so much, Collins, and you end on a very powerful note. I think if we attended the first discussion today on a knowledge-informed, mineral sector in Africa, where we had Dr. Victoria, we had John Laden, and we had Tom Ibson, and they were giving us all these insights into potential channels for the knowledge economy. And even within us, we always have to sit and draft, what are these new opportunities? Because with knowledge, while it's intangible, it forms a very big part of the economic proceeds that come out of anything that we try to venture into, including minerals. So thank you so much, Brian, for that insightful submission. With us is now Mr. Emmanuel Nwobodo. Could you just say hi to the people? You're welcome.
Thank you. Yes, it's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Pleasure to have you as well. We also have with us Miss Nyokabi Waweru. Nyokabi, could you say hello? Nyokabi, did you unmute? Okay, I think I'll get in touch with Nyokabi to troubleshoot there. But thank you so much, Brian, once again, and I'll be getting back to you on this knowledge economy, because it's an infinitive conversation, and it's always a pleasure engaging with you on this passion. I would like to shift my focus now to Segawa Ivan Sebastian. Ivan is the East African Youth Ambassador to Uganda. He's an accomplished debater, and he's also a focal person at the ULEAD, which is Mr. Ivan Sebastian. It's a great pleasure to have you here today. And here we are together once again discussing youth and the future of Africa's minerals. Mr. Ivan, seemingly this sector is seen as a mystery for a lot of our young colleagues, They say, oh, this is something about the mafias, it's something so distant, we have no idea what's going on in the mineral sector. And yet when we can see from stories today that like Elizabeth, you know, or Chogo Mazinga, that these are things that can be done. Why is this the case? Why is the mineral sector so distant from young people? Simultaneously, we don't have time to, you know, stay in this mindset because we have to catch up with the world. We need these resources for our generation. So Ivan, you could just throw a little bit of light into this mystery that is, you know, Africa's mining sector, just to demystify it for the young people. Thank you.
Thank you, DT. Unfortunately, I can't turn on my video. It says here, you can't start your video because the host has stopped it. Okay, but I will nonetheless share my views. First, I think I need to appreciate the former speaker for those very insightful sharings he has made. But also, we need to recognize that Africa has arguably the youngest population on the land, on the face of the earth. And this, of course, comes with very many opportunities. And when you say that young people have not shown interest in mining, I don't think you are giving it a fair analysis, because we are faced with a couple of challenges in this on this continent. The first, you find that there are very many, of course, Africa is endowed with very many natural resources. And that means that we attract a lot of investment when it comes to the mineral sector. But you will find that many a times, our governments have not invested as much as they should have to open up this very recruitive industry to absorb the young people. And we know that young people are suffering very many challenges, amongst which is unemployment. I will give you a few numbers, perhaps, that we know that when Sudan broke up with South Sudan, almost most of the oil reserves were left in South Sudan, in Juba. But you will find that South Sudan, being the third, I think, country in sub-Saharan Africa to have most oil reserves, it produces arguably about 3.5 billion barrels per year. But you will find that even the South Sudanese government is not running these oil fields, and they are depending on foreign aid. They have also said that from 2011, they have lost about $500 billion to tax evasion, like Collins here has been sharing. And that is the first challenge, that as a continent, we have not felt the need to invest in the right expertise to come down here and work, for us to equip our young people with that knowledge. I'll take you to the second instance, is Uganda, where I am from and where I am currently tuning in from. In Uganda, we have had the oil conversations for over 15 years now. And when the time reached to start mining the oil, we still had to get a foreign farm because none of our farms here was ready, equipped with the resources and the technical expertise to exercise the role of mining this oil. I will also tell you that when it came to transporting this very oil, we still had to contract Total, a foreign entity, to come and do the transportation. Yet we had 15-20 years to prepare for this. So I think that we need to, first of all, acknowledge that the challenge is not only for young people, but as a continent, our leaders have not done enough in the previous to prepare us for these opportunities. And I also want to say that our adaptation mode is very wanting. And I'll still give you an example of the Total and the pipeline we are building through Uganda to Tanzania, then of course to the shores. And you will find, and I know this for a fact because I've been a scholar of chemical engineering, and these opportunities came to us. But you will find that Total was looking for a good number of young people to go and weld these pipes. And of course, because not very many young people in Uganda had the expertise, They could have had the expertise, but they did not have the certification. And Total was issuing scholarships. And I want to tell you people that all was required that if you knew how to weld, then you would just go for that scholarship. I think it lasted about 6 months to get the certification, to know, of course, the safety measures and other things that are pertinent. But they were still running to universities. And I kept thinking, but we have very many young people. For example, for people who are familiar with Uganda, we have a place called Chiseka in Kampala, where they are young people who will weld anything. You just name them, give them a shape, and they will give it to you very well settled. And then I kept thinking, why aren't we adapting to give people who have actually invested on developing this skill? Because I will tell you that in very many now liberal worlds out there, people are no longer even paying attention to papers. Very many companies have gone to employ a skill and not the papers that anyone will present. So I think that we need to start adopting. Total came and took people who are even not interested in the welding idea, but they were the ones that were trained, because anyway, they are the ones that reached a particular level of education. And I think that that is the other challenge. But there are opportunities. Not all is lost. I think that as a continent, we have had very many strides. I'll start of all begin with mentioning the East African community. The community has had very many interventions, mostly from the policy end, because we all know that policy ultimately informs decisions of countries, and it informs distribution of resources and everything that governments run with. And I want to say that the East African community has a common market protocol that enables free movement of people and labor across the region. And that has attracted very many people to join. South Sudan joined, and their intention was to largely facilitate their oil base that has been taken over by the foreign investors. We have also had Congo show grave interest. And you know that Congo boasts 100 million citizens, and 70% of those are young people. And they all see the benefit of working together as one Africa. But it is also important to note that we have the AfCFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Area. And this came into action in January 1st, 2021, with 55 African countries being signatory. And some of the intentions of this AfCFTA, of course, is to open borders, create new trade routes. But the most important is to remove tariff and non-tariff barriers. It also goes to have an aspiration of removing 90% of the tariffs on taxes. And I think that this then becomes very, very important for young people, because being the largest nation, then we can start sharing very many things, experiences, knowledge. But also, if I am a skilled, probably welder in Uganda, and there is an opportunity in Darfur, I can easily cross without caring for the visas and all other things that come with traveling to another country as someone who is going to work. But I think I will conclude and let probably other speakers go on. I am sure there will be an opportunity for me to come back again by saying that young people also have something to do on their end. There is an initiative. And for example, I know that for every young person who is able to catch this conference, as it happens now, it means that you have some semblance of computer literacy or a gadget that can allow you access the internet. And my biggest appeal, to young people out there, is that let us not limit our usage of the internet to social media and probably ranting and following on two trends that come on. I think it is important for us to invest in knowing. Collins has shared it, and I want to re-echo it, that knowledge is key. And I'm not saying that you are going to probably learn how to mine the oil or mine the gold somewhere. No, but I'm saying that it is important for us to create that knowledge awareness, to bridge that gap of ignorance that very many young people are suffering. But it is also important, I wanted to also note the benefit of technology today is that at least we can appreciate that not very many young people, mostly, for example, in the western mines of Congo, have where for far too long young people were used to do to mine the gold, but with little pay, little protection, little gear, and sometimes even miners were being used, and that was child labor. And because of now the technological age, everyone who has probably a smartphone and access to internet becomes a reporter. And that has come in as a very, very big check to these big companies and these foreign companies that for some reason they don't feel they have interest in protecting the people that are working for them, but they would rather do the mining and go away with it. But I think I'll stop there for now, and I will come back later.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Ivan Sebastian, for your robust submission right there. I like where you ended. You know, a lot of companies haven't had the young people of Africa in their interests for time immemorial because it wasn't maybe just sheer capitalist instincts that, you know, you don't have to take care of the safety of, you know, your miners or pay them fairly simply because it cuts a little margin of these profits that you're supposed to make as a company. But now in our generation, we have, you know, surprising, you know, it's a good realization. Maybe they were not invented for us to, solve this, you know, some of these challenges, but here they are, and we can actually, you know, go. I saw Elizabeth here. She went to Mubende and took, you know, a video recording of the situation with the miners there. This is great information. We can use it to improve their livelihood, because the next video that played showed young people in Ghana with a very nice machine that recovers 90% of gold vis-a-vis 30% in the previous video. All we have to do is connect those two and we have a solution. So thank you so much, Sebastian. I'll get back to you definitely. Right now, I would like to go to Emmanuel Nwobodo. Emmanuel Nwobodo is from West Africa. He's from Nigeria. He's the president of Federation of African Law Students Association. This is a big position because in there he heads, you know, all the legal scholars on the continent. Previously, he was the head of law students in Nigeria, Lausanne, and it's a great pleasure to have him here. He can give us further context. I must say it's a great relief after, you know, the great experts of the 2 days, to hear the young, peculiar voices. And I hope everyone is enjoying this. Mr. Emmanuel Nwobodo, you're most welcome, and please take the stage.
Oh, thank you so much. I want to believe everybody can hear me. Please do confirm, moderator.
Yes, we can hear you, but we can't see you.
Oh, wow. Can you see me?
Can someone confirm?
I can actually see Emmanuel. I can see.
Okay, I can be seen, right?
Okay, you can proceed.
All right. So I before I proceed, I have been, of course, I've been listening to the discourse of late, and I must say that I'm immensely honored.
The internet is not clear, it's not stable.
I think breaking.
You have been invited.
Okay, I will get to Mr. Emmanuel to troubleshoot. Raymond, could you reach out to him? In the meantime, we can have Miss Nyokabi Waweru. Nyokabi, are you there with us?
Yes, I'm
Hello.
here.
Yes.
I'm here.
Mr. Emmanuel?
Yeah, my apologies. I think this part of the problems we are having here in Africa in terms of engaging in the mineral sector. I mean, the technological know-how of the engaging in the mineral sector. So sorry, can I proceed?
Yes,
Hello?
you can
All right.
proceed.
All right. So I was saying that I'm immensely honored and pleased to have been invited by each and every one of you. I mean, this very combination of distinguished personalities to share my humble yet very objective thoughts on the topic and subtopic that has been put forward for interrogation today. I believe I've been allocated the next few minutes to expressly discuss on the subtopic, the bottlenecks to youth participation in mining, which is an offshoot of the central theme, youth and the future of African minerals. And as part of my preliminaries, I must deem it appropriate to deservedly commend the crafters of the aforementioned team, and of course the subtopic, because I believe that this jointly prickled the nerve of our Commonwealth as first Africans and then as young people, more importantly, as young people. So I do not veer off the tangents. I will be setting up identifiable pillars upon which my contribution to this discourse we will solidly rest on, and therefore proceed to expatiate. And these pillars are, firstly, the Africa's mineral sector. Secondly, the bottlenecks to youth participation in the sector. And thirdly, the way forward. Because we cannot talk about the bottlenecks to youth participation, of course, without looking at what we need to do to navigate from the current standpoint that we are currently in Africa. So looking at the Africa's mineral sector, I feel it's an undisputable fact that Africa is evidently well endowed with natural resources, and I mean with very high deposits of very minerals were spread across virtually all parts of our continent. Empirically, our continent stands out as the world's largest custodian in gross value of mineral deposits, both vast untapped mineral deposits and untapped mineral deposits. According to Armitrade, Africa has abundant and in some instances infinite mineral resources, ranking from the second in the world's largest deposit of bauxite, cobalt, industrial diamonds, sulfate rocks, platinum group metals, vermiculites, zinchonium deposits, amongst others. And of course, we all know that Africa's primary mining resource is gold, and Africa has the highest concentration of minerals and diamonds in the world. However, I personally think over the years, the continent's overrunning mineral blessings has failed to really assuage the needs of the vast majority of our people. I think I'm going to discuss that in a brief sense, but so I do not veer off the track. And I feel this has inversely bored some deep economic wounds in most rural resources and rural areas as well. And in several cases, the extraction of some of these minerals has caused irreparable damage to our ecosystems, and the habitation of the indigent host areas where these mineral resources are situated due to the hazardous elements and, of course, dissipated extractions from the transportation process and the extraction process, of course. So in most part of the continent, we failed to develop the capacity for refining and processing these mineral resources into finished products. I would say, for example, Nigeria, is one of Africa's leading oil producer. And in Nigeria, we still have a thing of battling to rehabilitate obsolete crude oil refineries. And of course, this has led to the export of raw crude oil and subsequent reimportation of the finished products. So the case study in Nigeria is we have a deposit, a high deposit of this resource, the oil resource, the oil crude resource, situated in our very homeland. But we have to bring expertise to export this resource and then in turn re-import them, haven't refined them. So it quite doesn't make a whole lot of sense if you look at it. And of course, this has occasioned some level of will I say damage in terms of involvement, in terms of involvement when it comes to youth participation, employability, and of course other areas that we would look at in subsequent discussions. But I think it must be importantly said that for Africa to thrive in the mineral resource area, and of course for youth participation to be on the high side in the mineral sector, we must build a conducive climate for youth participation in the mineral sector. And how do I mean? The horizons of the various extractive industries across the continent must be broadened and widened to create an expansive and accommodating value chain, which will require skill, energetic, and vibrant presence to man. But we cannot take away the fact that the technical know-how, as the last speaker who just spoke on who gave it scenario on the I think total scenario of in Uganda, where skilled welders were required just for a scholarship to get an opportunity in terms of now a scholarship opportunity, and of course to get involved in the mining process of the oil sector. Should of course know how to get those skills on deck. So we cannot take away the very elements of the technical know-how. So I think when we talk about the bottlenecks of bottlenecks to the youth participation in the sector, prevalent statistics of course show that 60% of our continent are aged below 60, which pegs our continent as the youngest continent in the world. The continent's youth are being pegged as the youngest continent in the world, however, challenged with a lot of challenges that has inhibited our participation in youth mining process and
Emmanuel, are you there? Okay, I think Emmanuel has a slight hitch with his gadget. Can anyone confirm if they're hearing him? Okay, no.
He's off.
All right, then we'll proceed swiftly. If Emmanuel comes back, we'll give him a provision to call. We'll proceed swiftly to Nyokabi Waweru, the CEO of Youth Advocacy from Africa.
Hello.
Oh, I see. Emmanuel, could you conclude in a minute or two?
Okay, all right. So I was saying something. My apologies. The network here is really terrible. So I was saying that, of course, Africa has constituted the overwhelming majority of youths, but there are essentially a lot of challenges that the youths we must address as Africa to get the youths involved in the mineral sector, the mining mineral sector in Africa. Essentially, there's currently a capacity shortage. And I pointed out that the speaker initially pointed this out. Amongst Africa youths, there needs to be an upskill in our educational process to get ourselves equipped with the technical know-how in terms of the mineral sector like Segawa pointed out in the total case Uganda. So you see that despite the large number of graduates chunk out from universities across the continent yearly, there is a dearth, there's a lacuna in the technical know-how required to properly engage in the mineral sector, which I believe highly technical knowledge is required to drive that spur. Of course, we cannot take away the fact that the engagement of our youths in terms of equipping ourselves with the requisite skill in the mining industry in Africa has not gone without certain challenges, like access to internet, access to informations, access to upscaling the current curriculum in Nigeria. I mean, the current curriculum in most of our educational sectors in Africa. I mean, when you look at what the educational sector has for us in terms of mining, you figure out that some of what is being taught in our schools do not meet up to contemporary realities and contemporary global standards when it comes to mining. And so I think these are certain things that inhibits the participation of the youths in the mining sector, so to speak. So, I mean, this capacity crisis has also fostered the casualization of Africa's youths engaged in that sector. So you find out that we are often allocated menial jobs when it comes to the mining sector in unfair labor conditions. And so I think some of the aspects we must also look at is the strict requirements we've placed on the participation of youths. So you take, for instance, in Nigeria, I'm using Nigeria as a hypothetical scenario. For the mining industry, for you to have a participation in the mining industry, you must have a minimum requirement experience of not less than 10 to 15 years. So when you look at the educational process, the stage educational process for learning, from coming out from the university. Hello, is my time? Am I off my time track?
Yes, you're over time.
Oh, all right, no problem. I guess let me just conclude. All right. In conclusion, what I'm saying in essence is, what I've been trying to say in essence is, I feel a lot needs to be done in terms of legislation. A lot needs to be done in terms of upscaling the educational sector to meet up with contemporary realities. A lot also needs to be done, more importantly, in looking at the structures to get youth involved in participating in the mineral sector generally, to really have that involvement of youths in the mineral sector. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel, for your elaborate submission there. We definitely, will be looking through, legislation and all these other aspects that are supposed to support us as we sink into, a new generation of, we see new possibilities. It's very important to interact. I was recently having a conversation and someone asked me, what if all the world leaders knew themselves in the early 20s? What would the world look like? And for me, I think this is a scenario where we see, a lot of young people, Mr. Emma, you run an Africa-wide, organization. We see Waweru here, and, we see Sebastian, we see Jacob, and it's really amazing. And, to see what is it like, the leaders of tomorrow. Here we are, in your 20s, we have all these hopes and aspirations. And I know definitely we shall put each other to task, in regards to developing the Africa that we envision today. Finally, we'll have Nyokabi Waweru. Nyokabi is the CEO of Youth Advocacy Program Africa, and she's very, very active voice for youth on the continent. I believe she is very well appraised with issues, and she's also very knowledgeable, not just of activism, but that it is very economic in its nature. So Nyokabi, I think you're joining us from China. You're very most welcome. We know it's very late there. But, you could appraise us on what are these opportunities for the youth that present themselves now that we are going forward as a generation. What do we look forward to? The stage is yours, Ms. Nyokabi.
Okay, hello, thank you very much, everyone, and thank you very much, Okot, for this opportunity. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, great. Thank you so very much. I'm humbled to be part of this dialogue. I'm humbled to be part of this group as we discuss these issues that are affecting Africa. Issues that are affecting Africa are very, very close to my heart. So I'm supposed to talk about strategic opportunities that will be brought about by positive mining in Africa. But when I think about mining in Africa, I think about it in the same context. I think production of goods from China. They've established themselves as a country or as a region that deals particularly in that. And they have grown to be, you know, the power right now that is taking over the world just because of their production practices. So when I think about how China does its production businesses, it's the same way I'd like to think about Africa and mining, because Africa and mining and, you know, the minerals and the agricultural center is what puts us on the map. It's what separates us from other continents. So think about the large effects, think about the employment, think about centralizing the power of mining to Africa. So every time I think about mining, I think about it from that perspective. So as I was doing some research and talking to people about the strategic opportunities, I realized something about the youth of Africa. And sorry to say, we need to I think carry out information schedules. We need to enlighten the African youth, because I was talking to people about mining, and it was sad to note that most people aren't even interested. And if you ask someone about mining, the only thing they know about minerals is gold and diamond. After that, nothing else. So if we have opportunities that are going to arise from positive practices of mining, it's not going to be helpful to most of the African youth, because unless you're in that sector, unless that's where your education preference leads you, then most of the African youths are not interested. Most of the African youths are operating from a point of ignorance, sorry to say. So I think even before we start thinking about how we can uplift Africa using what we have been given as our natural resources, minerals included, I think we should think more about educating our continent, letting people know that this is what we have, this is what sets us apart as Africa, and this is what we can gain from that. The same way we have positivities when we are talking to people about good governance, when you're teaching people about good governance, because this goes hand in hand. Because if they don't know about it, then it doesn't help them. The same way, if I don't know something about something, it doesn't help me. And as I think it was Ivan who was talking about the scholarships that were being given. And it relates, everything relates. Unless someone is knowledgeable about something, in as much as we might have a lot of opportunities coming up from it, if they don't know about it, if they're not knowledgeable about it, if they don't have the skills for it, then it ceases being important to them. So I think the very first thing we should look, especially as African leaders, as African youth leaders, is make sure that we sensitize our communities. We talk to our communities about these. We talk to the youths about these and show them the importance of these. That the mining sector is as important as any other sector in Africa, the business sector and every other sector that, you know, that is everyone else is running after. So, so I'm going to briefly talk about the strategic opportunities that can, you know, are brought about them by the mining industry in Africa. So, despite the significant amounts of mineral resources that are held by our continent, I call it our continent. I like personifying our continent because I feel it gives me the strength and, you know, to feel I'm part of this, I should be part of it. So despite the significant amounts of mineral resources that are held by our continent's production of mineral resources are only about 8%. And I think we have like about 30% of the world's mineral resources, but our production is only at 8%. So most of these products or production is exported as raw materials. Thus, in order to unlock the mining potential in Africa, we should look to, overcome the obstacles, as our counterpart from Nigeria talked about, that hamper the development of the industry. Because I believe that revenues that will be generated from mining can help the African economies strengthen their competitive advantage and achieve a greater economic diversification. So the things that are going to empower us as an African nation, as an African continent, as an African people, as an African generation from mining, of course, there'll be creation of employment, there'll be employment. And when I talk about employment, I'd also like to touch about something. I'd like to talk about STEM. So STEM opportunities that will crop for the ladies and the women who are going to be taking part in STEM. It's going to break that gender barrier, because most of the times you see that the only people who are interested in STEM, the only people who are interested in sciences and technologies, the only people who are interested in these things are our male counterparts. But when these things comes closer to home, when the opportunities come closer to home, when the opportunities are within reach, when the understandability is within reach of the African people, you find that there is the breaking of that gender gap. There is the breaking of the gap, and most people are drawn because now this is something interesting. This is something that can be done. They see this is something that is within reach. So we find that most of our female of the female generation, most of the female population will be drawn towards sciences and stuff. And so it's going to break that gender gap, and opportunities that are going to end, they're going to create or further engage the STEM culture. So it's also going to create wealth, creation for Africa, and it's going to put us, there was one, I can't remember his name, I'm sorry, I can't remember the name of one of the speakers we were having yesterday, and he was talking about Africa becoming an economic superpower through mining, which I believe it's true. I believe this is something that can happen, because if we have the correct policies, if we make the correct policies, if the policies favor us, we find that we will be able to, have the say. We will be able to, draft the best policies that are going to, favor Africa. Sorry.
We have a minute to end our session.
I'm winding up.
Okay.
I'm winding up. Okay, thank you. And as Sierra Leone's minister previously said in 2007, he said that we want to make sure that we are getting the best deals out of this. So if we create the best policies, if we create the best policies, these are going to help us to create the best opportunities for everyone. Because if we don't have the policies, the repetition of what has been happening, everything, the jobs, the wealth, everything is going to go to the foreign sector. But if we create better opportunities, better policies for us, it means that these job opportunities, the wealth creation, the education systems, the transforming of our continent will be on us. So hurriedly, to finish what I'm talking, how do we get ready for this? Innovation is a team sport. We need to build collaboration across the mining sector, maintaining a portfolio of mines to ensure that businesses' continuity in a world where operations can be closed at a moment's notice, and we can take advantage of that. We need to also invest in becoming partner choices. This is for the youth and the youth leaders in general. Invest in becoming a partner of choices, understanding that mining companies, what they're bringing to the table and what are they doing to close the gaps. Lastly, we should help shift the focus from short-term goals of mining to long-term goals of mining, because these will bring us to sustainable returns. Again, this comes in par with policies. So I think generally, for all these things to happen, for us to get where we want to get as a youth in Africa, I think it all starts with policy. So it's up to us to go there and get in public policies and make sure that we create the best of policies, because without these policies, then regardless of what we want to do, Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much, my dear panelists, for this session. It has been refreshing to hear your young voices, peculiar voices, hopeful voices. And I think the crowd, I hope the audience has really enjoyed the session. I would like to, it's our time is up, but I'll request for a minute, just so I want the leaders, because you're the leaders of these major organizations, and I just want each of you in one sentence to give a call of action to the youth listening to you. I will start with Nyokabi in one sentence, not 1 minute. Thank you.
Okay, I hear you. So to the youth of Africa joining or watching us out there, get involved. You need to get involved. Your voice matters, your availability matters, and your action is required. That's it.
Thank you, Nyokabi. Can we have something from Sebastian?
Yes, my call to action is let's acting like a majority minority. Let's take leadership.
Yes, and we shall have Mr. Brian Ochen.
Thank you, Sam. To the young people, I encourage you to write, to publish, to join the knowledge economy and be very productive in this global world. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Emmanuel Gobod.
All right, thank you. The young people of Africa, I would want to inspire you. I want to instigate you to demand the minerals, demand the accountability of your mineral sector from your leaders, demand your rights, your obligations, the things you know would move your sphere forward from your leaders, because I feel with demanding we would get to the next stage.
Well, that was amazing. I decided to chip that in because, you know, this is recorded. We have this video forever, and hopefully in 5, 10, 15 years, we can play this call to actions and ask ourselves, did this really happen? Was there a movement in this direction? Did we take leadership? Did we demand accountability? And as I said, right now for the young people, there was already a blank sheet of paper saying, oh, you design your generation, and COVID made it even more blank and made the paper wider. So it's up to us now to write the narrative of our generation, to choreograph it, but also execute. Thank you so much. It's been a great pleasure moderating this session, and I look forward to, you know, keeping our interaction going. I think everyone that has participated in this is now tagged. You know, we are family. Let's keep engaging. For the participants, feel free to reach out to us for interactions, to also participate in spaces like those run by the leaders here. Please take leadership. It's really important. It works for all of us. Thank you so much. That was my session. I would like to hand over now to Mr. Brown to take on from here. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, Okot, for the wonderful session. It's always a great thing to listen into young minds in terms of course, what they are planning and thinking about the African continent. So that was an incredible session there. To all our audience and to our panelists, we've come to the final minutes of the Madini Convention 2021. And we're opening up this session to any burning questions that you may have, that you may want answers for. We still have quite a number of panelists, some from yesterday, some from today, who are still with us, who may be able to answer one or two of your questions. I think Chairman of MADI is here, Dr. Frank Mugeni is still on as well. So we should be able to get some answers. So if you just go to the chat section and kindly share the questions. I already have about 2 questions that were put in earlier. And I think I'm just going to go ahead and ask the questions. The first one is for the companies that are within mining and corporate social responsibility and the role that it plays in participation of communities across these areas, which have a lot of mining efforts ongoing. I think any of the panelists who is here can be able to answer that. If we can have Professor John Luden to give us the answer for that, that would be nice. If Professor you're on, you can just switch on your microphone and your video and maybe probably tackle that and tell us what you think about it.
Okay, that's a bit of a tough question for me, but I'm not really an expert in corporate social responsibility, but it's clear that there is an increasing requirement for corporate social responsibility with respect to mining going forward, and I think there was a presentation on that which kind of came after mine from the Sustainalytics group, which tended to imply that sort of requirement will be there for the future. I hope that suits.
Thank you, Professor John, for that. The next question, which I think I'm going to throw this one to Madam Yokabi Orero, who is on the young people and the participation. I think she was very passionate when she was just submitting hers. But in terms of, I think young people are now aware of the opportunities that are there, they understand them, but it still feels like it is out of their reach when it comes to the mining sector, other than just participation from a mining perspective, the entire value chain. How can we see more young people engage in the mining sector?
Thank you very much. Well, I believe that the world is changing, and as you mentioned, that more young people are getting engaged. And I think for the youth, they're starting to realize that it's not only about, the common opportunities that we know about, like it's not only the common way of life, we have other things that we need to do. However, I feel, and I've been observing, the major hindrance for the youths is the policies that are there right now. Most of these policies don't favor the youths. Well, for example, let's talk about something that is a thorn in Africa's flesh, employment opportunities. And it has been an issue that has been raised on several forums. When the young people are going to, apply for these jobs or apply for internships because, they want to get the experience, they want to get the knowledge, they want to, like study at the master's feet. You find that there are outrageous requirements. Have like 5 years experience, 10 years experience, such kind of thing. And it's not possible. Some of these people have just left the universities. So some of these things are not really applicable to them. So I believe that in as much as we want to, help the youth get engaged in whatever that is happening in Africa, I think we also need to push for a change in some of these policies to create a way for them, to create an avenue for them. And also now the youth also, on the other hand, they should not only sit down and wait for things to happen for them. We should also go there and, demand these things for ourselves. If we don't demand these things for ourselves, nobody's going to, be there and demand these things for us. We need to be the ones advocating for the change of these policies, because the older generation, in as much as they maybe care about us, this is our world now. This is going to be our world for the next 10, 20, 30, 40 years. And the older generation might not be there. So in as much as we want these things to happen, I believe the young people should also take these as an opportunity for them. They should also take these as their personal agendas. Let's go out there and ask for these things. Let's go out there and demand for these things. So I believe it's only by participation that the youths will get involved in this. If they don't, from the bottom of their hearts, if they just wait for these things to happen, or we engage in a blame game, you know, if it's not for this wouldn't happen. If these people, it's up to us to realize that we are the ones that we've been waiting for, that our time is now. We need to go out there and ask for what we need. So yeah, that is what I believe.
Thank you very much, Madam Yokabi. I'm seeing there's a lady by the name of Grace Akinyi who has her hand up. I think your microphone, just switch it on, the technical team. The technical team, Raymond and Collins, if you can just switch her microphone on for her, please. Yeah, it's on. Grace, you can go ahead and ask the question.
Okay, hello everyone. Thank you so much for bringing up this conference. It's a very insightful one. However, in as much as young people, we are all talking about all these things we can do and all these opportunities that are there, I still feel like there's somewhere where there is a mismatch. For instance, if you're talking about a young person, or for me, what I know from young people, you find that this young person, you know, he cannot even access the internet to just learn. And then saying that as a young person, you need to stand, all these things that we are talking about, we are saying, okay, they are true. And as a young person, these are things that they are all aware of. It's not like they are not aware that they should stand up, they should advocate, they should fight. But then there's something I'm looking for. How can we do this thing? Where is that platform? And then where can I go and advocate for this thing? Like, I need something tangible, something that is reachable. And then for all the people for all the panelists who have spoken, or those who are ahead of us, if you could kindly share probably your email addresses, how we might reach you, if we can seek for opportunities from your spaces, mentorship. If we have ideas, where can we take them to? Like, I'm looking for something tangible, something I know that from this conference, after you've spoken, after you've inspired me, I'll get up tomorrow and know that, you know, I'm going to this place to initiate something, you see? So yeah.
Thank you very much, Grace. I think Grace's sentiments are echoed by many of our audiences who happen to be very young and are looking into opportunities within the continent. And as she has said, so what does she do now that she knows the opportunities are there? What are the next steps for her to take? I think Dr. Frank Mujeni, you can maybe take this one as we wait to take the next question from Mr. Collins or Shen.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I actually was going to request to answer Grace. Grace, this convention has been organized by the Minerals Africa Development Institution, MADI, and we have quite a number of programs coming up. You saw during the presentation that we are actually partnering with the Next Generation Awards. This is looking for opportunities for young people from working with your universities and your geological survey to get data and submit you will need to be linked to this international community. What we are trying to do, I would like to request someone, to share my screen a little bit. What we are trying to do is what I'm sharing here that I wanted to give. If you are looking at it, this came up from, am I clear? Is it showing?
Yes, it's showing. Yes, it's showing.
This I wanted to, because from the, and it's also answering Grace's question, but also from some people who submitted. First from, I think it was the second speaker referring to the fact that there is this disconnection from the academic and the employment world. But also, Emmanuel, hit the nail on the head by saying that the academic in Africa is disconnected from the employment world. I also want to add that right now, most of African countries have taken on a populist policy to increase literacy. But most of our academic is not connected with the job market, and the school fees that they pay, the cost of education in Africa is so high. The return on investment in education is so low. So most of the courses that are being looked for are those that can eventually generate more income to the based on the investment in education. The people look for lawyer courses. They look for medicine and so forth. So courses like geological and information and whatever, even engineering courses are losing market because there is less engineers being taken upon. There are very less geological information, students and experts getting jobs. So it is making people lose appetite. But I'm just sharing this because what is very important in education and linking all these three is the triple helix model, where you look at the university, the government, and industry. Because then the government, the university is recruiting for what the industry wants, depending on where guys want to go. In where I have started with the opportunity that I had, industries go to universities to show what they have, so that universities students can pick on what they want to do, so that they can get internships in those schools. So Grace, your question is really going to be answered, because with MADI, we are trying to partner up with the other partners to provide this opportunity for internships, but and also to open you to practical internships and work placements in some of the industries, so that you can pick the skills that is required. But going forward, from what the youth have said, mostly those who are saying that there are no jobs or university graduates, I actually took it up to someone who presented and mentioned that in the Ugandan oil industry, they were looking for welders. And I always say that local content cannot be achieved through affirmative action. You cannot think that the companies must offer local content, because local content has got to be accompanied by skills, because you need to have standards for you to be able to go into the market. But I was so stunned that in Uganda, even the industry would be looking for, some people do welding from the university, because we in Uganda, we have gone through difficult times, and we have one of the, an informal and orthodox university called Musa Bodi University, located in the heart of fabrication and light engineering. In fact, not through the area that was mentioned by the speaker, but through another, where we know, as in Kenya and in Uganda, we have Tanzania, Juakali people, a lot of welding. You go through that region, that area, it's a downtown area, you just only hear welding and welding and welding. And I've interacted with some of the young people in that region, that area, who are actually university graduates, who have engineering degrees, but they're in local welding and they are not being picked up. So it is unfortunate that companies who are coming in Africa are just targeting universities, but there are people with experience on the ground, where they can have partnered with the government, but also with tertiary institutions, such as the national vocational training institutions, to look for skills, but also getting some from university, from outside university, because there are young people who are graduates in some of these courses, but they cannot find, they have no skills, because they have education, but they have no practical skills that we can work on. But all this is going to be coming on, and I just want to conclude by saying that one of our high KPIs that we have been looking at as MADI, that we're going forward to achieve what MADI wants to achieve. One of our KPIs is to galvanize at least 2 million youth by 2030 in the mineral resource sector, leaders, but also to ensure that they are in line, they have changed the mindset of thinking. The lady from who spoke last said that on survey, the young people don't even understand what the mineral resource sector is all about. This is an embarrassment. So we need to change the mindset of young people to understand this, but we have to go out and we have to work with governments, industry, and universities, but also with our partners. That's why with us at the MADI, we'll be partnering with Agate project that is supporting the WAXI project that was presented on by Prince. Grace, I was answering this to you, but I had wanted to project this, so you asked at the right time. So I'll just leave that because I'll come back to close the meeting. Back to you, moderator.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to quickly give an opportunity to Mr. Shen to Collins. Please, you can ask the question now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brown. And it was not much of a question, but just a bit of a supplement to what Grace had asked and also what Chairman Frank just talked about. And the local content policies that most African states have laid out, which are really good, do make some form of contribution. But as Frank's discussion was alluding to, when a company, let's say Talo Oil, comes and sets up premises here in Uganda and they incorporated, they have a subsidiary that is incorporated here, they'll hire a limited number of people, obviously, to work, whether it's in the front office or in the fields of the mine. So there are those employment opportunities that may require the young people to have the technical skills and so forth. But the local content policies also do aid, do give room for businesses that are in the rest of the supply chain to take part. So, you have people who will be providing transport services or food services or nearby restaurants. And that's where the real challenge of youth participation is, because the youth do have room to participate through that avenue in the value chain, which the local content policies have allowed. But the challenge is access to capital. Whether it's debt or equity capital, most young people just find huge challenges accessing capital. Accessing banks and going to get some debt funding from banks is a huge challenge for young people. The bureaucratic, obviously, policies. And sometimes they may not even be that bureaucratic, but most young people just find it very daunting, or they are just not financially literate enough to know that, debt funding from banks is a very good opportunity for one to amass capital and start a business that can be in the supply chain of the mineral resource sector. So that's a very practical way that the young people can actually get involved in the resource sector, in the mineral sector, by accessing debt capital, or even equity capital, which is maybe much harder to access. But that's the comment that I wanted to make. Over to you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you very much, Collins, for those sentiments. I think, I don't know, I feel, okay. This is the questions I'm getting, and Collins has brought about it because it's one of the questions that has been raised over and over again. Not just by young people, by the way. This is also by African entrepreneurs and even African governments that are looking into setting up processing plants for a lot of these industries and to be able to process these minerals. The issue on financing and getting financing. And it looks like, everybody thinks that the money is out of Africa. But Dr. Frank, I think yesterday mentioned something very crucial, that there's a lot of money in Africa still that is investing in businesses in Africa, including from the same government. And what I'm probably alluding to as I get on my last 45 minutes of this Q&A session is, okay, so we need financing. We have all these institutions that are being set up by the government through the central banks on local investment. We had a team, for instance, for Uganda Local Investment Authority yesterday, etc. And they're all saying the opportunities are there. The problem is that the young people are not seeing those things. Even when you go and apply,
the funding that's provided, etc., the processes, all those things are so prohibitive that they end up quitting in the process or not getting the funding. What I'm saying is what all of you already know. Now, the question is that we have Madini Convention here. It's supposed to make the change and the difference. Which direction do we go from here? Do we have people within the team here who are willing to say, you know what, I'm willing to put $100,000 towards young people in DRC Congo, or I'm willing to put $1 million towards young people in Uganda or in Western Uganda who are willing to come on board. We have all these multinational companies have the money. That is not the problem. We all know they do. They have not provided funding for young people. I don't think they will. I don't think that is something they are going to do. The kind of setups that they normally do, which are in partnerships with NGOs or the United Nations, etc., don't work. We also know that. And the reason why they don't work, they're very bureaucratic. They are more of branding and image than they are solutions. Having said that, I think I want to have two people respond to this partly, and then Dr. Frank Mugeni can finally take over as he closes the convention for us. I'd love for Nyokabi to go again briefly, because I know as a young person, you have probably tried to access funds, as Collins is talking about. You have done all the right things and still you didn't get probably the funding that you wanted. And then we are also talking about these big corporations, and then we are also talking about people who are in countries where we assume they also get funding. So I'd love for Professor John to also partly respond to it. So I'll give each and every one of you at least a minute, and then we'll finally hand over to Dr. Frank Mugeni to finally conclude this session for us. Nyokabi, you can go first.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, well, I will agree with you. Getting funding for some of these projects has been a real issue. And sometimes it's just moral decomposition, like you find that it's corruption or, some of these other things. But as I tell most of the people at YAPA, and I think Mr. Okot would agree with me, yes, we've gotten to that point where we can't get what we needed to carry out the research that we needed, or, to do what is it that we needed to do. What can we do? How can we go back to the basics and, start from there? Because I do believe, in as much as we all need the finances, we all need the money to, get to the other step that we need to do as the African youth, or as organization, or, to bring education to people. But I do believe there is something each and every one of us can do. And I think this is going to be centered mostly on volunteering. We can volunteer our time. We can volunteer our personal resources, because I believe at the end of the day, it's about what do we do? How do we make an impact? And I also believe that we should break away from the mentality of, expecting a handout from, especially, the Western nation, and which has become a culture for Africans, most Africans. And every time you let us do something, the very first thing that someone is going to say, sadly enough, is, let's see if this organization, can support us. But I do believe that some of these things we can sacrifice ourselves. We can try to create basic opportunities for the same. We can, like, for example, if you're carrying out maybe some projects in your organization, or as a group, as an African youth group, what can we do to make this project happen with as minimal resources as we can? For example, okay, this is non-related to minerals and stuff, but I want to mention something about a project that is being carried by some Tanzanian youths. It's called Kidum Chirizi. They are talking about washing of hands. It's totally non-related to minerals, but I want to put a point across. They're talking about washing of hands and, sanitation and hygiene and everything. So what they're doing is that they are recycling products. They're using plastics, and they're using them as water reservoirs. They're using plastics to serve as tanks for the communities that can't afford the water tanks. And then, you just using some little welding machine, you put a tap, and they're using even the some sort of string and stick, and they're using their legs to pump the water from the tank. So they're using what they have locally to create something that would have otherwise costed them thousands of shillings. So I believe, in as much as it's an issue for finances, because well, if money does not belong to us, it's at the behest of the person who has the money to think if they want to give it to us or not. So what if they don't give the money to us? Do we sit down and cry? Do we not do what it is that we're supposed to do? I think it's more about us now going the extra mile, doing the extra thinking, doing the extra sacrifice, doing the extra volunteering to, achieve what we want to achieve. Because I believe at the end of the day, all this is going to pay up. All this is going to pay up. I'm looking at the things that I've learned in the last 2 days, and I'm thinking I had not viewed Africa in this direction. And of course, I'm going to do something about it. And someone else is going to do something about it. So, yeah, well, that's what I would say in brief. I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, indeed you have. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call on Dr. Frank to finally close the session for us. Dr. Frank Njeni, if you're there, the floor is yours. You can finally close the Madini Convention 2021. My name is Les Brown of Alebo, and it has been a pleasure having you here. Dr. Frank, you can take it from here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brown and all the speakers. Before I conclude the MADI Convention and close it this year, I want to first make an announcement that MADI Convention will be there next year around the same time. Date to be confirmed, but it will be an annual event, so it will be there next year. So keep tuned. The second announcement I want to make is that the convention continues. Our videos on both days, we are going to continue playing on our website, which is madini.africa. So, and there will also be on YouTube, and you can go back and hear our speakers, and then still send us questions, and we shall be able to give you answers. Because for MADI, we believe that all these sessions that have been done could not have answers today, but a number of them are going to inform our work at MADI, particularly the last session of the young people. Because the young people, in the next 10 years, there will be no young people, there will be other young people, they will be behind them. So if we can impact a mindset change from now, of at least, this is 2021, for at least 100,000 young people today, and then the cascading would be great for the next year in 2022, 2023, so that at least by the time we get to 2030, we have about 10 generation of young people all understanding what mineral resources are about. And in that regard, we shall have to work with the institutions. The third one, which is not related to announcement, is only on what I think Madam Nyokabi has just concluded, and in fact, it was a question that on terms of financing. The mineral resource sector has been neglected because the governments in Africa feel that the only way the mining sector operates is to attract foreign direct investments. And therefore, there has been less attention given to how it grows. And even when we go that way, because most of the countries in Africa have taken on a free market economy and so forth, but also there is other investments that are given to agriculture and other sectors. But bearing in mind that in Africa, most of the governments did retrench and have small public sectors. The employment sector is supposed to be the industry, the private sector. but there are few private sectors producing that can actually employ the graduates that come out every year. This private sector in Africa, which is there, is very small. Even when you consider that there is big mining companies coming in, but they cannot consume all the graduates coming out. And therefore, there would be a need for deliberate efforts to make sure that we support the young people who are engaging in creating employment, being innovative. And you can only do that by supporting them with finance to enhance their creativity and innovations. There are less venture capitalists in Africa, but there are many people who have managed to get to amass wealth. I'm not going to mention whether it was through corruption or whatever it was, but their money is making money for other countries. A number of African people with money, no matter how they got them, it is either sitting in the UK bank or in the Swiss bank or in some bank somewhere. But other countries in the West, including America, Rockefeller Foundation, funding is based on family offices. We have less family offices in Africa managing money for African wealth families that can direct that money towards supporting young innovations. Without supporting innovations, we cannot have good products. And therefore, the young people somewhere else in the world will have the innovations supported, and those innovations will be sold to become bigger mining companies eventually. We have enough brain in Africa, and we can actually support innovations and do that. MADIs will be looking at that area too, to look at who we can work with to ensure that we mobilize funding for our young people. I want to put one person that I think could help Africa. Ibrahim Mo is one of the richest African who earned his money genuinely through telecommunications. But I have always argued, and if you can listen to this or someone can reach to him, that he had always put $5 million to an African leader who would leave his leadership, presidency, democratically, that he would get $5 million and probably 200,000 per day, per month for the next 10 years. Very few presidents managed to get that funding, very few. Actually, for some years, nobody got that money. So I was always arguing, why do you put money to a person who has already become a leader and he's retiring? And probably an African leader may have acquired more than, doesn't even need 5 million. Rather than putting that 5 million to future leaders, the young people who want to go into innovations. So I have not had a chance to reach to him. So I'm putting this to him, whoever can reach him, to ask him this question. Because I don't think current leaders are the ones to target. That's why MADI, we want to target young people to bring upon the new leadership. So we shall reach out to African wealth people. And I want to congratulate Tony Elmeru from Nigeria, I think, who has a foundation and has been supporting young Africans. Some of them have come up with drones and so other innovations that are working not only in the mineral resource sector, but in other sectors, actually in general information. And we have a lot of things for innovation, because we need to do exploration. African countries cannot develop unless we have a critical mass of young people who are into innovation and have coming up with new establishments. For the African Union, we have put up a process for that. The African Mineral Resource and Energy Classification Framework and Pan-African Reporting Code is one of such a framework that is going to support young and junior mining companies, young people in Africa who want to come up with, to be able to develop their businesses and business proposals. Because mining, as we had and as you will hear from all along, they will tell you it's high capital, it's capital incentives, it's high investment, it's long term and process. There will be high risk, but again, minerals are leaving the continent. It has never stopped leaving the continent for centuries. Ask yourself. Our speaker here today, Professor John Laden, who we have partnered with, has shown that apart from South Africa, none other country is shown to be, supplying the world with minerals from Africa. And why is this? It's not that minerals are not coming from those countries. I looked at the Donald Trump executive order of 2017 on critical minerals for America, for the USA. They are sourcing almost 14 critical minerals, including cobalt and others, lithium and others, 100% from outside America because they don't have it. But none is showing that it's coming from African countries. There is other mineral resources out of 37 groups, 37 groups of minerals that America has listed as critical and strategic, and that they have put an executive order for, which I believe want to be reversed by the current regime. All these minerals are in Africa. And the USA accesses these minerals 50%, 75% to 100% externally. They don't have them. So Africa is strategic for the next generation. We have to know where we want to go and put those policies in order that will support the young generation to go there. So in terms of concluding remarks, and that was to respond to the young people here, because of your session, we want you to work with MADI. MADI is going to move forward. We actually, now that we are announcing that we have partnered with the New Generation Awards. You had the first presenter this afternoon. We need to get young people in working with the universities into that program so that you can showcase what you can do. We are also partnered with Agate project based in Australia, the ones who is managing the private sector in Australia to mobilize funds to support West African exploration initiative. We are partnering with them, and there are quite a number of sponsorships that will come your way. We are also partnering with the other universities. We are partnered with the Heriot-Watt University through Professor John Ludden, and we are here in Uganda partnering with Makerere University Business School. So we want to go work through that. Like I've said, under the African Mineral Resource Classification Framework and Pan-African Reporting Code, we shall be building through the African Union a group of competent persons, because we need to have competent persons. And all of you who are here, geologists and economists who can do economic modeling, who can be, can actually become competent persons that can evaluate and develop projects on Africa to be funded under African, stock exchanges. We have some of the stock exchanges, but you cannot put your project there for funding because it has to be approved by a recognized reporting code. So we are developing a Pan-African reporting code to be able to recognize some of the projects developed by Africans to access financing, at least in African financial institutions, if not abroad. So that's what we are trying to do. And it won't happen in one day, it will continue. From again, Madam Nyokabi's example of someone who is using recycled materials, that's a good example. But innovations, I have seen also success stories in Kenya, some people who have managed to start very slowly, but have been supported under a number of other initiatives. There was Enablis, which used to look for people to put through business plan competitions to get projects. Donald Trump started apprenticeships when he was still in business. I used to be, a fan of apprenticeship program where they bring, young people to go through apprenticeships to understand whether you can actually be business. And through that, the winners, at least two, would have a 6-digit salary under his organization. And it was replicated in Europe, in England, by other gentleman called Alan Sugar. So we have here in some parts where there is deliberate efforts, even from the private sector, not only the government, to build a critical mass of private thinkers, innovators, that creativity that goes together with industry, because business cannot be taught. Business is an acumen that is born with. Someone has to actually, I did in my submission in the morning that my mother taught me have to be a businessman at the age of 9. But it's not something that I have to go to school to know how to do business, because business goes with risk. You know how to manage risk and so forth. So there's a lot of opportunities in Africa. We shall work with those to take them off, and we shall for sure support Africa in terms of moving forward. Bottom line is that the African mineral resource sector, as of now, is as a critical point. And COVID-19 has shown us that everybody has to take care of themselves first before they take care of the others. So if we have been putting our hands out, like Nyokabi has just said, that's not going to happen anymore because people have to take care of themselves first. In 2005, I launched myself in Africa with a conference known as Eradicating Poverty in Africa Using Domestic Means. And at that time, written a paper, which I've never published. Some of my papers, probably they wouldn't be published. I had argued that there would be no increase in aid because at that point, Europe had expanded from what it was small, and most of the European countries that had joined Germany, France, and others also needed support. And that from time immemorial, no aid had increased to support Africa. And therefore, Africa needed to look at trading, to trade itself out of debt. But trading, I equated that producing tradable goods have got only 3 C's. You have to conform to standards, you have to be competitive, and you have to connect to markets. And that applies to all sectors, including mineral resources. You are not going to cry out that we want, because resources are required globally, and Africa needs them more than others. So we have a potential to create a demand in our continent, and we have industries. You can imagine how much steel comes from outside to feed into our urbanization and infrastructure, roads, and so forth. You can imagine how much aluminium comes back in Africa to feed into our construction and so forth. You can imagine how much glass we do. All these are from development minerals. You can imagine how much. Forget about the gold. We saw just a small gold that was displayed by Elizabeth after going through such a havoc process. That simple gold, which was 0.6 grams, 0.06 of a gram, that if it was to be sold in a gold ring, I believe it could bring something more than 300,000 or $30,000 or so forth. So but that miner who produced that piece of gold there probably will be given less than $80 in Ugandan shillings, which is $80 equivalent of Ugandan shillings. So we need to really rethink about value addition on the continent. Yesterday, we had Neri Emeko from Nigeria, who said we have to create markets. There are no markets for our resources, gold and otherwise. And MADI has partnered with the African Union's AE Trade as an affiliate to promote goods produced through the mineral resource sector on digital platforms like Sokoku. Sokoku means in Swahili, since we have adopted the Swahili for convention, Sokoku means a big market. Soko is the Swahili word for the market, and ku is a big thing. So Sokoku is a digital platform equivalent of Alibaba, so to say, and that will be promoting Made in Africa. And MADI is an affiliate. So if you have any drink that is made from African, jewelry and so forth, we shall be able to market them within the context of African continental free trade area. So I think we have a lot to learn from what has been submitted to us before we get to the next Madini Convention 2022. I would want not to take much time to give you a lot now, because we need to do an assessment, do a report, answer more questions, post them on our website, and also look for partners. We already have in the early morning session, we have Sustainalytics. We are partnering with them, looking at social bonds. We have Professor Laden, we are already partnered with them on a research project under AMREC. We are partnered with the Next Generation Awards. We are partnering with AGET project to actually look at establishing East African Exploration Initiative in the next 2, 3, 4 years, or even next year. So we are actually looking for those initiatives that you have been introduced to. And these initiatives that you have been introduced to this morning actually are more general. That's why we looked for knowledge-based mineral resource sector. We can't afford to go as business as usual. We have decided as MADI to look at the blockchain technology and systems. We shall be looking at how blockchain can actually solve the problems of the artisan and small-scale mining, how blockchain can solve the problems of illicit financial flows, how it can solve the problems of traceability, problems of responsible sourcing. In fact, responsible sourcing is connected with conflict minerals. And with us in Africa, if we end conflicts and stop conflicts, then there will be no conflict, there will be no conflict minerals. So we have a lot to do as Africans. But before we get there, MADI may not be involved in stopping conflicts because they are beyond us, but we shall find systems that can help to source responsibly. We can find systems through the current technologies like blockchain to see how we can help mobilize our so-called artisanal small-scale mining, because the artisanal small-scale mining is the Africa's business sector. These are businessmen and businesswomen trying to look for a livelihood. But if harnessed and professionalized and given finance, accessing finance and technology and skills, they can grow into businesses. If they're established into cooperatives or clusters of mining with information captured well within a framework of blockchain, and everybody knows where the mineral is coming from, these young men and women will add value, they will get jobs, and they will have decent employment. So with that, Mr. Brown, I would like to end here and inform all our participants and delegates that Madini Convention 2022 will start planning now. Before that, we'll have two other significant events. One will be African Jewelry Expo that is going to be looking at who is doing what in the jewelry industry. I'm happy to inform you that MADI, in partnership with African Business Council and the Italian Expo, we are sponsoring six women that have come out of the 60 who applied to get to display what they do in the Italian Expo. We have a lady from Mozambique, we're having some lady from Zambia, from Nigeria, from Ghana, from Tanzania, that will join the other international exhibitors in the Italian Expo on jewelry on the 14th, from 10th to 14th of next month. So we are trying to support skills in value addition. We'll be supporting also skills development and so forth. So that's why MADI, the Minerals Development Institution in Africa, the one of its own think tank. We want to keep our independence of thought so that we can answer all solutions based on African reality and African thinking. So I want to thank all of you who have attended. I want to thank all our participants, all our very dedicated and articulate hosts, moderators. The speakers increasingly brought a lot of questions that will need to be answered. I want also make sure that I let you know that the team that has been moderating and hosting will also be looking at each session they have moderated and come up with what they think are 3 or 4 solutions to what questions may have arisen. So we are still with you. The team that is here is still with you, and we are looking forward to seeing you again in the next year at the same time on the same topic. But before then, keep tuned. We have some few more mega events that will be coming your way, courtesy of MADI. I would like to thank you so much, and goodbye for this year. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.